Wait, did you ever test out on like your own private world the brush for making buildings?
Tested that many times on my own already. I experimented the hell out of that thing. It has a bit much bug for me to use it a lot. Like, you can use it for like base stuff, but to do all the extra little things, you do that yourself.
Yeah,
It's better to do it
it's
yourself.
sometimes places the windows in the like weird
Yeah, exactly.
spots.
It's too much bugs to really be used entirely yet. Prefabs are better. I go by prefabs now more than I use that thing. Like prefabs.
Might be making this tent too tall. Made like I think 3 or 5 maybe bug reports today. I just keep finding random stuff like fertilizer bags can't be rotated. They all face in just one direction. That's pretty absurd.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, and another thing with the fertilizer bags is you can only have one in your inventory. They don't stack. Well, you can have crystal fertilizer stacked to 100. Doesn't make sense. How are you ever gonna like fertilize a lot of a huge garden if you can't stack them?
Yeah.
You need to make stripped variants of logs.
I think they have them, but you can't actually strip like wood that I know of.
With the stripped bark. An apple branch corner's not facing. Oh, there we go. It needs to be a way to go completely prone. It would really help with what I'm trying to do here. I can only crouch.
Right.
So I'll just have to clip into the ground a bit. And then I might be able to do what I want.
I like that there's carpet in the game. You want to see how mine's progressing? Slowly turning it into a different structure.
I'll look at yours when I'm done mine.
Good. Oh? I don't get it. Okay, well, I guess mine can't have that design. It's unfortunate. Probably put in the insides, though, no. No, you can't. Okay.
I guess a Farron looks like it's really good for.
Huh?
I wonder if you can put. Can you put hides on the ground at all?
Yeah, you have to press Control to, and then you can put it on the ground. You could do that with any item that's not necessarily supposed to go on the ground.
Really? Because try it. I'm trying to put a medium hide on the ground. It's not working. I'm holding Control and right clicking.
Yeah. I can test it right now.
Yeah, look at this.
Other. Yeah, it should do. Oh
What
my
happened?
god. I don't know. Just crashed.
What time is it? Oh, it's 1:05. It might be. It might be the normal restart time.
Maybe. Is it restarting?
I don't know.
Let me check. Yeah, it's restarting itself. It just got back online.
I don't know why it's like 5 minutes off. They really fixed their timers on the restarts for the server. Well, this is starting to look really cool.
Mine?
Yeah.
Thank you. Yeah, I just need a base to work with, and then I can turn it into something.
I wouldn't put any workbenches nearby that aren't relevant to whatever's being sold.
Well, I'll probably remove those until we figure out what that's going to be used for.
I wonder where the furniture thing is.
Yeah, I'll probably remove those benches for now. Right now, it's just going to be.
Set an NPC to like sit on things. I'm gonna send a feedback about that.
Yeah, I'm sure many people would like that. One to comment on. Okay. Kind of strange.
The lumberjack table looks so huge relative to the um
At least I'm not getting as much lag today.
Overgrown temple table looks so cool. Hey, look at that. Do you see the what's this section called? Shelves? You have something called prototype bookshelf, Elkhorn or single. You have all these weird prototype bookshelves.
Huh. Interesting.
I don't remember seeing that before.
It's probably new stuff they're working on.
I don't understand how you place a Farron sign in the world.
That I would not understand either. I love messing with roofs. You could do all kinds of interesting styles, roofs and stuff.
I don't know why, but mouflon lambs sometimes spawn here. Oh, it's because it's Spawns in a mountain area, that's why. It's a cool creature to have spawn here.
Did you put like some type of mod in there to say when we enter and leave spawn and all that type of thing? Go in the tunnels, all that.
Oh, you mean that's called spawn protect. And
They're doing it. Okay.
I could save permissions with other people, but I haven't. I just control it only.
I'm just talking about how you know when you enter a different biome, it'll tell you entered seedling biomes or that type of crap. It's doing that when we leave and enter spawn.
That's part of the game.
We normally play. That seems like a mod. I like it. It's cool.
You mean the highway thing, or the entered spawn thing?
Yeah, it'll say you entered spawn, blah blah blah, like it's a biome or something.
That's world protect.
That's cool. I like it.
That. So I made it. There's many options. I have two things. No fire spread in spawn, so fire won't spread in spawn. And then you can't place or destroy blocks. And it's very configurable for many other things, but everything else I allow. Like fighting can still happen here. This can become like a PvP area. That's pretty interesting.
Yeah, I don't mind that either. Yeah. Go for it. As long as they're not throwing things left and right with block from doing, I am good. Man, place, motherfucker. Damn. Hey, why are you doing this? Yeah, the roofs are still a little buggy. They don't always work the way that you want them to. Unfortunately. Wait a minute.
These boxes don't have location. That's so dumb. The moving boxes. Wait, apparently with the admin shop things, you can also set it so that there's like a certain amount of time before the inventory refreshes. So basically,
yeah, stock limits.
We could create a Quebec merchant anywhere we want, except I don't know if there's any way to randomize the stuff that they have from day to day.
No. Yeah, you can literally just set the model to a Quebec merchant and you got it.
Go to TLD development and ask them for that.
For what?
Randomized inventory.
Yeah, that'd be kind of cool. Like how my shop's coming along, it's starting to look good. change these lamps to my own. Alright, I think you're gonna like this place. It's nice in here. Later, we can do whatever we want with this place. But for now, that looks awesome.
There's a thing called exotic hanging bush. It looks like weed. Looks so much like a weed plant.
Come look at mine! Or what am I doing? I can actually make you come here. Slash admin.
I should make a shop called the Weed Shop that just sells these as a joke.
They'll be like, oh my gosh. You like?
You might want to use some of the crystal variations too, like of green. Maybe in the onto.
Yeah. I could use a smaller one to the corners here because they're kind of like chunky on the corners. Let's see. Crystal. Yeah, let's use the smallest one. I wish I had like a crystal slab. That would be nice.
I would also put these lamps on top of something because it just looks weird how there's no carpet under them. It looks so peculiar. Maybe put a...
Yeah, no.
I wonder if there's like a unblock table type thing.
Oh, you can also use the entity tool to get around that. The entity tool makes it... Oh, crap. You don't know about the entity tool, do you? Okay. Do yourself a favor and go watch a few videos on entity tool, and it's gonna blow your fucking mind. Because it makes it to where your artistic mind, you really need to know to use that. Because, the way you are, you're gonna be using the fucking hell out of that thing if you know to use it. So I would highly suggest you go to look up how to use that. Because you're gonna be using it constantly most of the time, I would bet. Yeah, the entity tool can solve that issue. I'll just put carpet down and then use the entity tool to place those lamps. So, I'm not worried about that. Why did it place in there and it's not placing here?
I need to spawn a horse with the entity thing.
Yeah, but definitely look that up.
Maybe I'll use a moss one. Oh, there's two kinds of moss horns. Did you notice that? I never did. There's a plain variant.
Probably never did either. Ooh, yeah, I like how this looks. Yeah, just put some nice deep crystal in here. Yeah, that looks cool. In fact, I'm gonna put that right in the corner as well, yeah. That actually looks much better. I'm gonna show you this.
I wonder, can people kill my moss one that I just spawned? Oops.
Maybe.
Yo.
Oh, yeah, those are cute. Yeah, I like those things. They're kind of cool.
I'm trying to hitch him up to a thing here. I hope he doesn't wander off though. Like he'll stay put, right?
Don't exactly know about that. Let me see. Let me use the entity tool.
Also, can people punch you to death?
So if you... Oh, shit! So that's another thing. If you open the entity tool, you can use a model of an NPC instead of the actual NPC. You get what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
So if you go over to models and you type in Mosshorn, the only thing is it doesn't like exactly move like it's lively, so that's kind of... But you can make it to where you could just use this, and it doesn't move. It's not gonna move.
Yeah, well, what's up with him spazzing out every now and then? And that one's not the pretty one.
Yeah, he's kinda ugly.
Yeah,
but yeah, he's a model instead of actual entity. And you can use him for various things.
Doesn't seem to have any animation at all.
Yeah, he's a model. But yeah, there you go. For actual entities, I don't know if you can make them, what's it called? Stationary. Let's see what we can do for that.
I'm pretty sure there's a freeze command for them.
Yeah, let's see here. Alright, so... debug... Lock to surface. Lock to surface. I think that might do it. Yeah, if you lock the surface, let's test that. Wait a minute and see if he actually moves. So let me go in here, lock to surface, and now he shouldn't move, I assume. We'll wait till morning and see if it actually moves, but lock to surface should make it to where they don't move, I assume. Do you see that option? It's in the second tab of Entity Tool.
There's a toggle entity freeze. I think that's all we need.
You could try that, yeah. I think lock to surface will do it though, and it might make the animation a little bit better. I don't know though. We'll see if he moves.
Okay, I can thaw and freeze him.
Yeah, I remember that, yeah. Yeah, this shop looks nice now. Alright, so what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna delete these. Still use them. We're gonna do it a little differently. I'm gonna entity tool it up. Alright. Items. Lighting.
Oops.
Not lighting. And these. We're gonna spawn 4. What? But seriously, please look up the entity tool stuff, because you're really gonna like it. And what makes it even more interesting is it's not that you can just use the entity tool to things like the way I'm talking about. you can resize each individual item too. Like you can make it an unnatural size than normal. Like you can make it smaller, you can make it bigger. It's just, yeah, well, people love that tool. That's probably one of the main things they like out of creative mode. Assume you're gonna use the hell out of that once you know how to use it.
You know, I could make a moss horn be a shop and then just put him on there. That's probably the smartest.
But yeah, he would be a very fitting shop. Yeah, he's cool.
I wonder what he would sell.
Leathers.
No, I already got the buy-high guy over here.
Mm-hmm. I feel like that would be fitting for Mosshorn. There's probably some other things we could have him sell too, though.
It could be the flower shop. I have a flower shop. I might as well use that.
Alright, I'm gonna TP you here. Take a look at what I did. When you see these little tiny lamps on the ground, that is Entity Tool. You can only do this with that.
Oh, they're ridiculously tiny.
Yep, give off light. Now let me turn my Fulbright off so I can see how much light it's really giving me off.
On like here.
Oh, okay, I didn't even have Fulbright on. It was showing its real light. Good. Yeah, so it gives off a lot of light even though they're tiny as shit. Yep. I'll give me plenty of light. But yeah, I can put the carpet down, and because I use the Entity Tool, these can still go on the carpet. So it's nice.
It takes
You're gonna love that thing.
forever and ever to get through all the models to find the one that I want.
There's a search bar, by the way.
No, in the admin shop. There's no choice but to click until I get
I know, I hate that. I hate it. Yep. It's because it's a beta mod, so not everything's perfect.
It's designed by TLV Development.
Mm-hmm. He's good at what he does. It's just things are a little bit more beta right now. I assume he's gonna advance it more later.
Talk to him about it too, because I'm the only guy talking to him. Tell him
yeah, nobody else wants to go press his buttons.
Go through NPC models.
Yeah. What's nice too is the Entity Tool. The things that you put down, most of the time are indestructible unless you let the player do otherwise. Like you can, the settings, you can edit it to where it's able to be picked up, but you don't have to allow that to happen. It can just be simply a model, and that's it. And let's say you want to make decorations with a bunch of weapons all over the wall. That's Entity Tool. All of that's Entity Tool. Ooh, I'm gonna spawn something right here just to show you the extent and ridiculousness of this tool. Let me go over here. I'm gonna make a giant crystal, and put it right in the center of spawn.
Yeah, Flower Shop is invincible. He can't be killed.
All right. Now I don't know how big this is. Let me see how big it really is. Yeah, that's pretty fucking big. Let me scale that down. Alright. No, stop! Remove. And do that again. This time not so big. That's a bit. Maybe actually. Hey, stop! Great, this tool sometimes. I forgot the thing does that. I guess I deleted it. Okay, good. Move back. Up. E. We'll do the smallest one.
There, people can trade in their sunflowers here. I should put a bunch of flowers into the back of this ring if possible. What I can put on there?
It's not even that big. Damn. Now I gotta start over again.
Well, I can't put the pots in the back of this ring. It's like great.
Do that. It's still not that big. Damn. I'm gonna put it at its max size. I think I'm gonna use the biggest crystal. Yeah, actually that's kind of big. Leave it. I'm gonna just use the max size. Remove. Okay, so that one's too big.
Feedback window has some weird placement issues, like I can place certain things in certain spots, but not that. Actually, make a loud noise when you break them.
Yes. Right behind you.
Crystal is a lie.
You realize how big it is, though? That's insanely large. That's the entity tool. You can do crazy shit like that. You can do the same thing with animals, too. But only models, of course. You can't do live animals and make them huge, which I really want them to do, by the way. Like, I would love it if they could allow us to scale live entities and make them way larger or way smaller than they're supposed to be. I would love that.
You have a Quebec lantern and the Quebec lantern ceiling. That's so dumb. It should just be one thing and it should adapt to a different situation.
Yeah, I know. It is very strange.
That's an egg spawner.
A what spawner?
There's an egg spawner for Quebec razor leaf. What the heck does this do? Maybe if I throw it, it'll spawn a Quebec? I have it in
Oh, yeah, that's a spawn egg. It's one of the only ones that actually functions like a spawn egg, like Minecraft.
Really? Because I can't do anything. Right click and left click do... Oh.
Now I gotta kill him.
What just happened?
Go bye-bye. I killed him. Use my entity tool and delete their asses. Alright. My shop. Made a small edit to the roof. It's got crystals inside it. You think I should put like a giant, giant T-Rex model?
No, don't do stuff like that. Let's focus on the shop.
Yeah? Okay. You want me to make another one of these, different variations of this thing that I've made?
I'm trying to make each one pretty radically different, and I want a lot of like tent style shops. So look at the cloth tent type things.
Sure.
Yeah. I'm gonna make it a weed shop as a joke. Hopefully I can put weed in these things. Oh, cat.
Alright, so let me go ahead and get my selection tool. Selection.
Just lush for
It's lush dirt. That's funny.
doesn't look lush at all. Like it. And my inventory's getting really full again. They just call it 420? Or marijuana or weed or what should I call it?
I feel like this is weed. The weed shop, man. What do you mean command not found, you dumbass piece of shit? Kill me.
Oh, Yeti. I need to put him in.
Reef! Kill me!
It's gonna take me forever to get to Yeti because it's like wide. I think if I go backwards, it'll be a little quicker though. I'm gonna have the Yeti selling weed.
Yeah, he sounds like one that would sell weed. He's kind of nuts.
There we go.
Really? I can't change the blocks now? I don't understand how we did that last time then. How do we do that?
Where he sells it for 20.
How do we do that? I don't get it. Oh, that's how we did it. Okay. I see. Alright. So I guess I have to place this down. Here. Now when it comes to tint, let's change it up a little bit. It didn't replace anything. You dumbass piece of shit. Yeah, that's not it. Okay then. Yeah, I do not want to manually rebuild that. That sucks ass. Oh. Surprised they don't just let us replace what's in here. That makes sense. They don't. Replace. Another tent. Roof, horizontal, okay.
How come it doesn't show up, eh? The buy 420 when you do admin shop. Are there like 2 pages now?
I don't think so.
Maybe the shop doesn't actually exist. Oh crap, it might have got deleted.
Which one?
Oh, maybe. Yeah, it says shop not found. What the fuck?
Which shop?
It's right here. Like, come here. I have the guy here. He's standing right in front of me.
The leather one?
The 420 shop. It doesn't show up though. Like if I interact with him, sure, but oh, maybe he's a player shop. Maybe I screwed up and made a player. Ah, it is a player shop. That's the issue.
Yeah, it's a player shop.
Fuck. Oh,
It even shows the funds up there on the left.
You have to redo it all.
Sucks for you, buddy. Oh my gosh. No, you do not keep that.
It was definitely player shop. I hope my fertilizer one is an admin shop. Yeah, it looks like it is. Crystal ball, same thing.
It's not replacing it. I don't want to like do that. I don't.
What are you trying to do right now?
Copied your tent, saved it, and I wanted to replace the material with a different material type.
Well,
But it's
probably
not.
have the rotation correct.
Yeah,
I would just start.
it won't replace it. I tried to get it to replace it, wouldn't do it.
Oh man, I just set this to Yeti and it like reverted somehow. I must have not hit apply. Or maybe this one I did. I just take and grab it. I should not take this
do
one.
the giant list again.
I should be able to just type a letter in and then have an autocomplete thing, and I could just type Y and then all the options with Y should come up. Oh, what are you doing right now?
Random stuff, and then I'll do the 10. The 10's gonna be very tediously annoying, so.
Yeah, out here's supposed to be the regular world. Like, just don't. Can we just delete this, please?
You don't like my crystal? I buy crystal.
Yeah, there's a rabbit and a frog up here. I don't know why they're spawning up here, and whether or not they'll ever jump down.
They do, they're probably gonna die.
There's a bird flying up here too with the tree. You try stuff like this. You can use like beams. What are all the admin shots right now? It's funny that I showed up first.
Start at 10 1. Blah 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 blah. Gosh.
Oh, I need something to... I wonder where I should put the potion guy at.
Shoot him.
Or, actually, don't I already have him somewhere in here?
Uh-huh.
Oh yeah, he's already in here. So he's good. I guess we need like a mining looking shop for the ingots guy. And I need to put a pot cellar somewhere. And a silk cellar, the statue cellar.
Who put in here?
Right there. Probably the fright guy and the ingots guy getting shot together somewhere.
Who were the players that played in here?
I'll just do / playtime, you'll see. Oh, what's scraps? Oh, okay, I should put that in the lever tent.
They have some weird names.
I don't know why, but I'm having a hard time with moving this. Oh, there, finally. Mine's a larva.
Like those larvas.
Oh, it's just milk larva.
Making a white tent shop.
I'm gonna use the meerkat for the scraps.
Huh. Like how thin the tents are.
Silver steel sword looks kind of cool. I wonder how good it is or bad it is.
Not that good, to be honest. But yeah.
Oh, if it's a pretty basic sword, then it should be easy to sell it. It's not very fast attacks.
God.
Its hand-swept lantern also has two variations, one for the ceiling and one yeah, that doesn't make sense.
Huh.
And also glowing royal magic potion has two variations, including a ceiling variation. Oh, by the way, here's something you could do as like a shop thing. You can just make shops that are built onto the side of you.
EP me.
It's so messed up.
I'm taking it and redoing it. Prefab and rebuilding it. Seems to be easier.
It's like the same shape. It'd be kind of cool if we had more shapes. I don't know why these cloth things are so absurdly hard to place.
Tell me about it. That's why I try to replace because I painted it. entity tool, man. It's cool. This new tent looking good.
And the pasting, I have to always just set it to 0 on the key, like the numpad 0 on the keyboard, because when I'm doing with the mouse, it pastes way too many times every single time. Double paste with the mouse click.
That's the main thing that's annoying about the tool. It's not too bad though. Just a little annoying.
Man, it.
Just press Z once, Shift, and then Z, and it'll undo it.
Well, you don't have to type undo?
No, you don't have to type it. You could just do Shift Z, and it'll undo it.
Yeah.
And I've pressed it too many times, it'll just undo the whole thing, but once it'll undo the last one, the doubled up one.
And copy pasted weed plants.
Yeah, you're probably gonna end up making a lot of and pasted and little tiny prefabs even, because you can save anything. So heck, you should even be able to save prefabs of stuff from the entity tool too as well, because some of these prefabs I get, they actually have stuff that was done by the entity tool in them, so you should be able to also save that in prefabs. Like there was one of the castles that you saw me put down. That one had a lot of entity tool creation in it.
I got a pretty cool cloth tent set up.
Cool. I think mine's looking alright. I use the entity tool to to spawn giant candles. They're pretty much about the size of us. Sweet. see what you think of the new tent.
Check out this tent I made.
Sure. You check out mine. Tent. Nice, 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 nice. Oh, I can climb on the
Yeah, the candle would set fire to this tent.
Set fire. They're not able to set flames, and then that's also set by the entity tool, so it doesn't have the same effects as it would be if it was a real item.
No, I mean like it just in real life it would.
I get what you mean. Like I think it's good decoration for lighting and stuff.
Usually in a cloth tent like that, you'd keep them in a lantern.
Yeah. Yep. What you selling, bud? You got weed. You got whatever that is. Trapdoors.
You got
Lots
that
of
Mary Jane.
Mm-hmm. That's all you got for now, huh? Weed and trapdoors. What's that one block?
He's in the track house.
Yeah, pretty much. What's that one block for our $100? That one block there, right below weed.
You mean the cold dirt?
Oh, okay, cold dirt. Oh, cuckoo gaga. I'm tired. Ooh, this guy. Oh, decorative. Interesting. Okay, okay. I wonder if I could... I wonder if that would work. Let me test that. That's probably not gonna be nice if it did. Way too big.
Uh-oh. This crow is gonna fly over. Is there a way to set an animation with the entity?
You mean like give it specific animations?
Mm-hmm.
That I do not know of. But assume no. Do shit. It's unfortunate.
What? What? Oh my god, what just happened?
Ooh, that's cool. What is that? What in the hell?
Shadow Knight.
Where'd you find that?
I don't know. It's in one. It's one of the things in the list.
What is it called?
Shadow Knight.
A Shadow Knight. I've been looking for that entity because he's supposed to be a boss-like entity. Let's see here. I want to see if I can spawn him. Yay! We found him! Cool! Because I want to use him as a boss for any type of thing I create, which will be later. Yeah, there are very few mobs that are like bosses in this game. Like, there is, but there's not enough to, like, have a decent size that actually look like a boss. And portion of the ones that are supposed to be more boss-like, their HP is, I don't feel like their HP is high enough to be a boss. An actual challenging boss, that is.
Could I leave him on that, or I probably should go for like a duck or something?
Yeah, he looks kind of intimidating. For no reason. My statues from this intimidating freak. I'm actually very happy with my new tent. Nice in here. Feels warmer. My giant candles. Yeah, so the main error I see in these highways is you should have added a door on the prefab so people could get out of the highway and go to wherever they want to go.
Yeah, no lighting and no doors.
Yeah, that.
I think what we'll do is just every 1,000 blocks we'll just make something there, and we can also put some smaller doors, maybe at every
I feel like we should do ladder trapdoor.
Where the columns are, there could be a.
Yeah, ladder trapdoor.
I don't want to do a ladder trapdoor. No, that's awkward as heck.
Do. Yeah, they can fall into their death easier too. I feel like that's
We have to remember, people are going to be griefing and stuff. This is an Anarchy server. It's easy. It's better if we have something where they can come out like easily and walk out. It's not a huge problem.
You gonna do like a staircase or something?
Well, I'm thinking about putting like a train station type thing every 1,000 blocks, and that'll have like a huge thing to come in and out of.
Mm. Guess we'll see how that ends up being. It's starting to look like a good spawn.
Oh yeah.
I think we have enough tents set up. Like, we can set them up somewhere else, but as far as spawn, I think that's enough tents. Maybe one or two more.
Well, this is very basic tent model. It can also be shortened and stuff. You know,
Mm-hmm.
copy and paste it a couple times.
Mm-hmm.
The one that I made for the Yeti.
Yeah.
This one I don't really like. It just does. I don't know. It's all really random. There's like lever pieces here and there that haven't been disappeared yet, and then everything's not matched.
Alright, so.
Also, you haven't changed the signs. They're still from the old thing. I put like at least lighter signs and lighter beams of wood, maybe white or something for the beams of wood, like using birch or something.
Kind of just want to remove the signs altogether, actually.
Oh yeah, the ingots guy. Is this like a little bird that sells this stuff? Yeah, look at this buy silk and buy scraps thing here. These Mouflon, I guess, goats just transformed or something?
What's going on with them?
Like, this shouldn't be happening. Why is this happening? The silk guy is here and the scraps guy is in there. Problem. That runs around fast. The two goats that randomly spawned into here turned into NPCs somehow. I don't know how.
Huh.
I think it's because of I think maybe the entity walks over the area where you originally moved the admin shop to, and it just does that somehow. I guess I'll just put the index guy in here.
This one feels a little bit more organic now.
Yeah, are the wands broken or something right now?
And on the one. I tested those.
What's in the buy weapon shop?
Put it up. Do you know how to remove these entities? If you ever need to.
Which entities?
Any entity. Do you know how to remove them if you need to?
The entity tool, I've done it a couple of times. I just did it with goat and randomly appeared in the spots that it shouldn't be.
Yeah.
There's something called a light temple bench. Yeah. I don't think we can manually craft these.
Can I take these doors out? Just sitting here.
Doors.
Random doors. These random doors sitting here.
Where are you? Oh, those. Yeah, yeah, you can remove those.
I have to go to bed soon. My body wants to go sleep. I think we have one of the best spawns ever, that's for sure. You plan to later do any spiral lighting in the tunnels later? Like you're gonna do in the previous server?
Oh, that? I don't know that. No, that would take forever.
Mm. Yeah, I wouldn't do everywhere either, but once in a while, like some random tunnel, that'd be interesting.
Psychedelic.
Hmm. Just put it in some random tunnel once in a while. Mm. You could make a prefab of that too by using the shell of the other one and then build inside it. Then somehow, well, yeah, I know how you do that. You would put it inside there and then you would chop away the tunnel prefab and then you could copy that and then you'd be able to paste it in tunnels.
Mm-hmm.
Kind of hard to describe. I'd have to make it myself.
Yeah, well, I opted for something that's like easy maintenance, easy, simple design.
Yeah.
Maybe I'll build like a psychedelic tunnel somewhere, but it'll probably be an underground tunnel then.
Oh yeah, that
Not
makes
on the
it.
surface.
That makes sense for an underground, yeah. But yeah, actually, I could create that myself, or you could help me create it. But we just both go in the editor and do that.
I don't want to abuse the creative mode too much. Like I just want to use admin to
Mm.
set things up, and then I do want to actually play as a normal player.
Same here, same here. I do like having access to do interesting stuff within the world. I want to do a little bit more with the entity tool, get to know that tool more.
Which ones have we not moved in yet? I guess the spears and wands.
Probably.
And what's in the weapon shop? I haven't even looked in that one.
A lot of stuff. All weapons, of course, but a lot. I was supposed to make the armory, I never did yet.
I wouldn't. This is just too many weapons in a single shop. I would separate them by categories, like a sword shop, an axe shop, etc.
Okay. Yeah.
A dagger shop and so. Oh well, we'll just leave them for now. I think are the prices reasonable on that?
Try to make them as reasonable as possible.
Gotta make him look like a guy who sells weapons.
People may get annoyed with the long list of weapons, but I feel like they might prefer it in one shop.
Well, if you want to do that, that's okay. But if I were going to maintain it, and if there were ever a case like of updating or deleting this stuff or whatever, it's just it sucks when you have a huge thing.
Well, what will make that easier is when he finally updates it a little bit and makes the mod easier to use. Then it won't be as bad. Yeah, like he needs to add a search bar. Huh?
Hatworm. What the frig? Look at that entity.
Weird.
Where did that even come from?
It's probably not really in the game yet. It's something they were probably working on. Or maybe it is, we just never found it yet. How are you making him do that weird animation stuff?
Oh, by temporarily unfreezing him for a moment.
But he can act as a normal one too, that's interesting. Empty tent, by the way.
What were you saying?
We have an empty tent, by the way. If you need to put him in there.
Well, we're going to be creating a lot more shops soon.
Yeah, if you want to put him in there, though, you can.
There's also the wands guy. What the crap? The dude's face is like deleted. He has no face. There, I just like put his face back on somehow.
Alright, dude. I think I'm gonna pass out now.
Okay.
Most definitely made some progress, though. Starting to look like a pretty good spawn. Can't wait.
The duck sells spears.
Duck.
Oh shit, he's starting to fly. That's not good.
He better stay in his place.
Birds, once they're flying, they never land. That's the problem.
Yeah, that is kind of weird.
He's looking behind him, his head's like turned around.
You got problems, Duck. You got serious problems, buddy. I like that banner. It's funny.
What's the last? Are there any that we haven't moved in yet?
I think that's all of them.
I think it's just to buy wands. Oh, and the sell props guy maybe is in here. Make it out like a Quebec or something.
Ooh, I want to make a giant.
Oh, that's weird. The Quebec moved by himself over to the master and is looking at him. I guess I'll just leave him where he is. move them.
Definitely want to do more of this entity tool. It's pretty cool. Look.
Well, how come these swings are like the clawbone daggers? They're only 80. What's up with that?
You want to change it? Go ahead.
Are they like not good though? Because you put like a wooden thing that was way.
Is the green one? Are you talking about the green ones?
Here, it's in your weapon shop. Like if you look at it. Oh, I just got a memory for Goblin Scavenger. Like you have a wood peg thing for 100, which was like the cheapest price supposed to be, and then for some reason bone claws or whatever these are, they're 80, and also there's like cobalt daggers here for 80 and a bunch of other things. Yeah, like they should be more expensive.
Those are probably the ones I forgot to change. Yeah.
Oh, there's also a rusty sword for 80. Yeah, this could use some editing. I'll leave that to you. map is being weird? Yeah, have you noticed that the map is being really weird?
Yeah, it's been weird for a while. This weapons area from a far enough way away. I made a giant sword in front of one of the faces of it here. If you come to where I am, right here. It has no collision though, and when you get close to the shop, it just appears out of sight. So, it's not a big deal. Make a few adjustments, but yeah. Have a good night.
What were we saying? I'm trying to do a server backup.
Okay. Yeah, so when you far enough away view from the weapon shop, weapons area, on one of the sides there is a decent sized mithril sword entity. It's only visual. It has no collision. There's no collision, and when you get near the shop, it kind of disappears from sight.
Oh, that's bizarre.
Yeah. So it's just for visual looks. We can make an adjustment to how it's placed and stuff, but yeah, it's kind of nice. But anyway, I'm gonna go ahead and go. My eyes are getting tired.
Yeah, I want to go to sleep, but I need to make a bunch of backups and stuff.
Yeah. Appreciate all the effort, buddy. Have a good night. Yeah. Goodbye.
Magic systems in pop culture fantasy rely on a few overused tropes. So consider Harry Potter. In the Harry Potter universe, magic is a rare, innate gift. You're either born with it or you're not. Ordinary people, the Muggles, live in a completely separate, non-magical world. Those lucky enough to possess the gift are whisked off to a boarding school where magic is taught like a science. There are textbooks, exams, research departments, and laws governing proper magical conduct. And spells themselves operate like precise chemical reactions. Say the right words, move your wand in the correct motion, and the universe complies. It's neat and satisfyingly rule-bound, and the result is a world that feels internally consistent and easy to imagine. But it also feels strangely sterile compared to what magical practice actually looks like throughout the history of religion. When you look at magic around the world, magic was not a separate system or a mysterious gift. It was part of everyday life, tangled up with religion, healing, craft, and artistry. So what can fantasy writers, showrunners, and game designers learn from the anthropology and archaeology of magic? To explore what's lost in translation, I'll be focusing mostly on the ancient Mediterranean and Near East, the worlds of Greek, Roman, Jewish, and early Christian magic. That's just because this is my own subfield of expertise, but the patterns we'll be talking about are not unique to these regions. So in this video, I want to unpack 4 features of real-world magic that most fictional magic systems get wrong. First, magic is mundane. In a lot of pop culture stories, magic is almost always exceptional. It's a birthright, a genetic lottery, or a charismatic gift possessed by a special few. As I already mentioned, in Harry Potter, you're either born a wizard or you're not. In The Lord of the Rings, Gandalf is not just a particularly diligent scholar who learned his magic, he's a lesser god in mortal form. Even in more scientific worlds like Star Wars, the Force still runs through the veins of the elect few, whoever has the most midichlorians in their bloodstream. The message is consistent. Magic is rare and it marks you as special. And when it appears, it breaks the ordinary world wide open in spectacular and exceptional ways. Fireballs, lightning, portals, transformations. It's a rupture in the everyday. In these stories, the universe is a mostly rational place that occasionally bends for the extraordinary. But magical practice throughout history is mundane. And by that, I don't mean trivial or boring. I got a whole PhD in this stuff. I obviously find it interesting. I mean magic is mundane in the sense of the Latin word mundus, meaning the world. So in this sense, the mundane is the sphere of everyday life, grounded, down to earth. And all throughout history and all across cultures, magical practice occurred in that everyday sphere. Kitchens, workshops, marketplaces, not generally in academic ivory towers or secret brotherhoods. Some of my favorite examples come from ancient Greco-Roman curse tablets. These were thin sheets of lead inscribed with a person's name and a short spell, usually meant to bind someone's body, speech, or fortune. After writing the curse, the practitioner would fold the tablet, drive a nail through it, and deposit it in a grave or well or some other dark place, so that the restless spirits or chthonic gods like Hermes could carry out the command. They were a kind of everyday ritual technology for managing conflict. Having trouble dealing with a lawsuit? Curse tablet. Want to sabotage a rival chariot team? Curse tablet. Want to win back your ex-girlfriend? Curse tablet. A great example comes from Greece, dating to the 4th century BCE. I bind Kallias, the shopkeeper, who is one of my neighbors, and the shop of the bald man, and the shop of Anthemion and Philon, the shopkeeper. Of all these I bind the soul, the work, the hands, and the feet, and their shops. I bind Sosimenes and his brother, and Carpos his servant, who is the fabric seller. Of all these I bind the soul, the work, the life, the hands, and the feet. Basically, this was a business competition curse. So picture an Athenian neighborhood in the 300s. The linen seller is over there, the pottery guy is over there, the same neighbors you see every day arguing over prices, competing for customers, and gossiping about one another's families. One of them, well, his business is not doing particularly great, and he's fed up with the constant rivalries. So he decides to even the odds supernaturally. He takes a sheet of lead, and maybe following a template he bought from a professional scribe, he begins to inscribe a list of names. The shopkeeper and his wife, the bald man, the hemp worker next door. He even curses the shops themselves. It's not the act of some grand sorcerer, but the act of a neighbor with a grudge, a spell born out of crowded streets, economic pressure, and the everyday friction of urban life. Another example, this cursed tablet was discovered at a sanctuary to the goddess Sulis Minerva in Roman Britain. Docilianus, son of Brucerus, to the most holy goddess Sulis. I curse him who has stolen my hooded cloak. Whether man or woman, whether slave or free, that the goddess Sulis inflict death upon and not allow him sleep or children, now and in the future, until he has brought my hooded cloak to the temple of her divinity. So our hero Docilianus is missing his hooded cloak. What do? There's no small claims court, no police force, the emperor is far away in Rome, and here you are in a small Roman provincial town, and you might not even be a Roman citizen who enjoys special legal privileges. So you turn to a curse tablet in the justice of Sulis Minerva to enact justice for you. So what we call magic in the ancient world most often involved small-scale rituals like these to resolve everyday crises. People turned to spells and amulets to fix problems that felt unsolvable through ordinary means. A rival threatening your business, a lover who wouldn't return affection, a child who kept falling ill, the hoodie gone missing. Magic offered that extra dose of agency, a way to act when other options are failing. Another example. This one comes from Roman-era Corinth, where archaeologists found a lead curse tablet buried in the sanctuary of the goddess Demeter. The inscription targets a woman named Carpime Babia, a weaver of garlands, and calls upon Hermes, the fates, and the spirits of the earth to completely destroy her soul and heart and her mind and her wits. It ends with a plea for fertility. Make me fertile and destroy Carpime, from her head to her footsteps with monthly destruction. So again, magic is very grounded here, very personal, and not particularly spectacular. As in, this is not a battle between cosmic forces or a duel between rival chosen ones. It's one woman, probably living in the same neighborhood or guild as Carpime, struggling with jealousy, rivalry, or infertility. She turns to magic to augment her agency in a world that is constraining her. And the curse is a means to express anger, to appeal to justice, or to restore balance in a small but meaningful world. Just a desperate person using the cultural tools available to her to address a social crisis. Magical acts like these were part of the daily religious landscape. Now, that's not to say every pop culture story treats magic as rare or exceptional. Some worlds imagine it as part of the social fabric, or even a household skill. Studio Ghibli's Kiki's Delivery Service weaves magic seamlessly into work, hospitality, and cleaning. Still, even in these more grounded depictions, magic often belongs to the special few. It's also not to say that examples of real-world magic were never spectacular. Some rituals were elaborate, highly intellectual, and even transcendent in their aspirations. A great example is the so-called Mithras liturgy from the Greek magical papyri. It's a long ritual text from Roman Egypt that guides the practitioner through a visionary ascent up to the cosmos. Whoever composed this spell was not a village charm maker, but some sort of learned ritual specialist. Someone trained in scribal Greek and steeped in late Roman cosmology. But generally speaking, across history and across cultures, magical practice involves ordinary people doing rituals to solve ordinary problems. Small embodied ways of grabbing back some agency in a world full of uncertainty. If fictional worlds gives us Hogwarts, the ancient world gives us the neighborhood marketplace. A world of mundane magic, where everyone knew someone who knew a spell. An enchantment was not a rupture in ordinary life, but rather one of the most familiar expressions of ordinary life. So if you're designing a fictional world, resist the urge to make magic rare or transcendent. Instead, build magic into the everyday machinery of social life. In the ancient world, spells and amulets functioned like social infrastructure. They filled in the gaps between law and medicine. It's how people made things happen when other forms of power were out of reach. Once magic becomes part of ordinary labor, economy, and social life, your magical world will start to feel more grounded. Next, and somewhat related to the first point, I want to turn to the question of expertise. Who actually does magic in cultures throughout history? In fiction, magical knowledge is not only something that is special, it is often the purview of a discrete profession or social identity, like a wizard or magician. Sometimes this profession is institutionalized, and you can learn magic by attending a wizarding school or joining a special order. But magic across all cultures is more often a distributed, overlapping field of practice, a flexible set of techniques and knowledge that circulated among scribes, healers, craftsmen, and clergy. A scribe who copied biblical psalms might also inscribe a protective amulet with one of those psalms inscribed around the edges. A midwife might chant a healing formula while delivering a child. A stonemason might carve a protective formula into a foundation stone of an ancient theater to protect the city. A gem cutter could carve an image of a god that doubled as an amulet. Notice that none of these people had the job title magician, and that's because what we tend to call magic is not the domain of a distinct profession. It's an open field of ritual expertise that bleeds across social and occupational boundaries. Consider that Carpe Me Babia spell again. That tablet was not found in some hidden corner of the city. It was buried right beside an altar inside an active religious precinct. Whoever commissioned this curse likely sought help from someone connected to the sanctuary. And who would that be? Well, probably a priest connected to the temple and familiar with its rituals. The same people who presided over the sacrifices to Demeter were likely helping clients compose and deposit curse tablets meant to reach the chthonic powers below. Magical ritual specialists often operated through official religious organizations, borrowing its spaces, its symbols, and its personnel. I've referenced this a few times now, but we see the same dynamic in ancient Christianity. Christian monks, priests, and bishops often performed rituals that we could label magical, even as they condemned such practices in others. One example comes from the Egyptian abbot Shunuta of Atropae. In one of his sermons, he laments that Christians run after enchanters and diviners, instead of trusting in God. But the story he tells makes the problem more complicated, because apparently some of these enchanters and diviners were Christian monks. Shunuta says he saw people wearing charms, a snake's head tied on someone's hand, a crocodile's tooth tied to another's arm, and fox claws tied to someone's legs. When he demanded to know who had told them this would help, the man replied, "It was a great monk who gave them to me, saying tie them on you and you will find relief." What I like about this story is how it collapses the categories we often imagine between religion and magic, orthodoxy and superstition. Shunuta wants to draw a sharp line. Monks should heal through prayer, calling upon Christ, not through amulets and animal body parts. But his own community clearly didn't see things that way. People went to monks precisely because they believed these holy men had special access to divine power. The fox claw was thought to work, not despite coming from a monk, but because it came from a monk. And Shunuta wasn't the only one frustrated by this overlap. The Council of Laodicea issued an explicit prohibition against clergy performing such practices. They who are of the priesthood or of the clergy shall not be magicians, enchanters, or astrologers, nor shall they make what are called amulets. And those who wear such we command to be cast out of the church. That kind of regulation tells us just how widespread these rituals were. If bishops had to warn priests and deacons not to make amulets and not to act as enchanters or astrologers, it's because a lot of them were already doing this. And we have archaeological evidence for this. Dozens of papyrus amulets from Egypt preserve magical formulas written by people who clearly knew their Bible and Christian liturgy. Many of these amulets contain excerpts from the Psalms, the Lord's Prayer, or passages from the Gospels, written not as scripture for reading, but as scripture for wearing. One remarkable example is this amulet I mentioned before. It's inscribed with verses from the Gospel of Matthew, introduced by the title, The Gospel of Healing According to Matthew. The text is carefully arranged in 5 narrow columns shaped like a row of crosses. with a small person sketched in the center. The text has been folded multiple times, presumably for wearing, maybe in a pocket or in a pouch worn as a necklace. It's scripture, but transformed into a physical talisman, and whoever made it probably didn't have the job title magician. It's much more likely they were some sort of literate specialist trained in the Christian tradition, like one of those monks that Shinuta was complaining about. So if pop culture gives us magical academies and magical chosen ones, history gives us a whole ecosystem of ritual expertise. There were no departments of magic, no formal guilds regulating spellcraft, no single class of people called wizards. There were just communities of practice. Scribes, artisans, healers, monks, midwives, stonecutters, each drawing on reservoirs of ritual knowledge to meet the needs of their clients and their neighbors. So when you design your magical world, consider imagining magic not as a specific profession, a world where no one calls himself a magician and there are no magical schools or guilds. Think instead of a distributed ecology of magical expertise, a world where magical knowledge circulates through overlapping trades, workshops, and social roles. Picture a midwife who, alongside her knowledge in childbirth, also knows a few birthing spells. Picture a lawyer who knows a how to speak better in public spell. You could almost envision magic as a service economy. Commissions, fees, client disputes, maybe even intellectual property rights. You stole my formula. Again, with none of these people calling themselves a magician as a specific profession. Okay, so far we've looked at who practices magic and how it operates in everyday life. But now I want to turn to what magic actually is. Or rather, how fiction tends to imagine it. Magic as energy. Nearly every major fantasy franchise today treats magic as a kind of physics or impersonal energy, something that is measurable, rule-bound, and something you can manipulate. RPG and fighting games use various forms of magical resource management, like mana points. Franchises like The Witcher and Dragon Age describe magic as a volatile energy field, something you can harness or overdraw if you're not careful. In The Wheel of Time, the cosmos runs on the one power flowing through male and female channels that can be tapped and exhausted. In Star Wars, the Force is what gives a Jedi their power. It's an energy field created by all living things. It surrounds us and penetrates us. It binds the galaxy together. Notice, it's energy. And in video games and movies, the metaphor of magic as energy becomes literal. Magic looks like energy. It's glowing plasma, lightning, or fire. Arcs of light bursting from wands in Harry Potter, geometric energy in the Marvel movies. In these worlds, magic is tantamount to energy manipulation, and magic systems are often forms of resource management, complete with resource costs, cooldowns, and recharging mechanics. And this idea has a history. The modern picture of magic as an impersonal energy draws on a mix of influences. Early 20th century physics, loose borrowings from concepts like qi in Chinese religion, or older spiritual ideas like vitalism, the notion that living beings share some vital energy that flows through everything. But one of the most important roots comes from the colonial Pacific, where European missionaries and anthropologists first described the Polynesian word mana as a kind of invisible transferable power. In 1891, the Anglican missionary R.H. Codrington published The Melanesians, in which he describes a mysterious force called mana, a kind of invisible power that could be possessed, transmitted, or stored. He writes, "There's a belief in a force altogether distinct from physical power, which acts in all kinds of ways for good and evil, and which it is of the greatest advantage to possess or control. This is mana. It is a power or influence, not physical and in a way, supernatural. But it shows itself in physical force, or in any kind of power or excellence which a man possesses. It essentially belongs to personal beings to originate it, though it may act through the medium of water, or a stone, or a bone. All Melanesian religion, in fact, consists in getting this mana for oneself." Later, anthropologists like Emil Durkheim and Marcel Mauss took up the term as a key to so-called primitive religion. Durkheim called mana the totemic principle. For him, totemism was the religion of an anonymous and impersonal force, and mana was one name for this force. Later in the 20th century, the fantasy writer Larry Niven popularized mana after publishing his 1969 short story, Not Long Before the End. In Niven's literary world, sorcerers draw their power from a natural energy source called mana. But just like fossil fuels, mana is a finite resource. If magicians spend too much time in one land, they exhaust the land's mana and their magical spells stop working. What's striking is that nearly all of these theories, from Durkheim to Niven, were building on the same source. They all trace back to Codrington's initial definition. In other words, the entire Western idea of mana as a free-floating, impersonal power that you can possess comes from one missionary's attempt to describe what he heard from his parishioners in the Solomon Islands. But his idea of mana mana flattened an intricate landscape of meanings across Polynesian cultures. Even in his own lifetime, other anthropologists were already criticizing him for making his own superficial generalization of the concept. And nearly a century later, in the 1980s, the linguist and anthropologist Roger Keesing published a huge takedown of Codrington's definition, arguing that in Austronesian languages, mana was not a thing or a substance at all. It was more like a verb, meaning to be effective, or to succeed, or to work. And when used as a noun, it was more abstract, like efficacy, success, or potency. Later linguistic studies argue that across dozens of oceanic languages, mana means something like thunder or wind, which it still does in some modern Polynesian languages. This sense of natural power was gradually applied to human beings, especially ritual specialists or chiefs believed to possess extraordinary efficacy. In other words, mana originally referred to the awe-inspiring power of the natural environment, which was later reinterpreted as the kind of potency or authority that humans could embody, sometimes understood supernaturally and sometimes understood in a more down-to-earth sense, almost like charisma. So one reason the energy model of magic became so dominant is to see it as the product of this intellectual lineage. Codrington's version of mana gave Western thinkers a language for imagining unseen power as something impersonal and transferable. And that idea proved incredibly influential, and it shaped how later scholars, novelists, and game designers imagined magic systems. But it's only one way of conceiving magical power. Many cultures, including some of the same Polynesian cultures Codrington was writing about, understand supernatural power not as an energy you store or control, but as something relational. Power moves through correct relationships between humans, ancestors, deities, and other spirits. So returning to the ancient Mediterranean, we find a similar pattern. Whether invoking a god, a spirit, or an angel, ancient magic users rarely claimed to command power directly. They negotiated with it, petitioning, flattering, and even threatening the beings who govern that power. Consider this spell from the Greek magical papyri, which illustrates this relational logic of power. The speaker addresses a cosmic being called the Bear, a name probably connected with the constellation Ursa Major or an astral deity linked with the cosmic axis. Bear, Bear, you who rule the heaven, the stars, and the whole world. You who make the axis turn and control the whole cosmic system by force and compulsion. I appeal to you, imploring and supplicating that you may do the thing, because I call upon you with your holy names at which your deity rejoices, names which you are unable to ignore. Notice the user doesn't channel power like an energy source, they appeal to a being who wields it. Every line of this invocation is rhetorical. Praise, flattery, and pressure. It's more like a negotiation than energy manipulation. You're working a relationship in which the human speaker seeks to bind a divine being through praise, invocation, and obligation. Also consider this remarkable inscription found in Miletus in western Turkey, carved on the northwest corner of the city's theater. The text calls upon the 7 archangels to protect the city of the Milesians and all its inhabitants. It concludes with a collective invocation. Holy ones, guard the city of the Milesians and all who dwell in it. These ovals resemble the protective amulets that people wore on their bodies, and here the same logic of protection was expanded to civic scale. The city itself was effectively given a mega amulet, a monumental invocation binding the archangels into a protective relationship with the city. So if you're building a fictional world, try reimagining your magic not as physics or energy, but as diplomacy. Instead of characters manipulating impersonal energies, let them navigate social relationships with gods, spirits, ancestors, or even sentient forces of nature. Every spell could be a conversation, a bargain, or a gamble. A curse might depend on whether the summoned spirit feels insulted. A healing might fail because a household god was previously neglected. Imagine apprentices learning the right tone of voice and not just the right words, studying the etiquette for demons, or hymns that could double as legal contracts. In fact, a lot of exorcisms actually draw from the language of lawsuits. A magician's power level could hinge on who owes them favors in the spirit world and not just their level of mana. If you design your rituals this way, magic becomes less about resource management and more about relationship management, a network of obligations, rivalries, and alliances with supernatural beings. Alright, the next trope I'd love to see challenged is the idea of moral polarity. In a lot of fantasy worlds, magic and magic users are morally polarized. The Force has its light and dark sides, the Jedi and the Sith, wizards and Harry Potter have the dark arts with the Death Eaters versus the Order of the Phoenix. And I know this is not a particularly unique observation. To be fair, in the last few decades, writers and showrunners have worked hard to complicate this old evil versus good binary. Morally gray storylines and morally gray characters are kind of a hallmark of 21st century storytelling. But stories built on clear moral dualism like The Lord of the Rings or Star Wars and their many descendants still cast a very long shadow over how fantasy and sci-fi imagine magic. But in the real world, magic has almost never been so neatly moralized. It's more often ambiguous. And by that I don't mean we don't know if it's good or bad, I mean that the moral value of a ritual doesn't live in the act itself, it's assigned by the people interpreting it. A perfect example comes from the sermons of John Chrysostom, the fiery 4th century bishop of Antioch and later Constantinople. And his writings reveal just how unstable these boundaries between good and bad ritual could be. In one sermon, Chrysostom scolds his congregation for wearing amulets, charms, and even coins of Alexander the Great to ward off illness or misfortune. And what is one to say about them who use charms and amulets, and encircle their heads and feet with golden coins of Alexander of Macedon? Are these our hopes, that after the cross and death of our master, we should place our hopes of salvation on an image of a Greek king? You not only have amulets always with you, but incantations, bringing drunken and half-witted old women into your house. To him, these practices were heathen abominations, the product of drunken old witches, and evidence that his flock still trusted in idols rather than Christ. And yet, in other sermons, he praises the protective power of Scripture in almost identical terms. He says, "For if the devil will not dare to approach a house where a gospel is lying, much less will any evil spirit or any sinful nature. The Scriptures are divine charms. Let us then apply to ourselves and to the passions of our souls the remedies to be derived from them." Chrysostom here seems to imply that a gospel codex, the actual physical object, might be able to ward away satanic power. And elsewhere he seems ambivalent about people wearing gospel amulets, perhaps similar to the one we saw earlier. And Chrysostom doesn't stop there. In another sermon, he urges his congregation to keep a small box for donations to the poor beside their bed. He says that by depositing charity into the box before praying, their house will not be troubled with demonic dreams or attacks. He explains, but if you have this little box, you have a defense against the devil. You give wings to your prayer. And in another sermon, Chrysostom asks his listeners why they would ever trust in amulets when they could instead inscribe the cross on the forehead, which affords invincible security. Do you forego this and cast yourself into the madness of Satan? Elsewhere, he warns that failing to do the sign of the cross on your forehead renders you vulnerable to demonic attack. If you fail to sign your forehead, you have immediately thrown away your weapon at the doors. Then the devil will lay hold of you, naked and unarmed as you are, and he will overwhelm you with 10,000 terrible wounds. Here, the sign of the cross functions exactly like an amulet, an embodied protective sign that shields the believer from misfortune. But because it's sanctioned by church teaching, it becomes a defensive weapon of faith rather than a demonic superstition. What mattered wasn't simply using ritual power for protection, but using the right kind of ritual power. In effect, Chrysostom has replaced the amulet with the gospel codex, the charity box, and the sign of the cross. The same logic or mechanics of protective magical power remains, the idea that a consecrated object or a gesture can ward off harm, but he Christianizes the idea. A gospel codex in your house or a gospel amulet folded up in your pocket, both are ritual technologies meant to repel evil. The difference isn't in the method, but in the authority behind it. So Chrysostom's double standard shows how the moral value of a particular ritual is socially contingent. It's not about what the ritual did, but about who performed it and under whose sanction. What counted as illicit or licit magic depended on who performed it, for whom, and against whom. The scholar of early Christianity, David Frankfurter, calls this the ambiguous sphere of ritual. A lot of rituals are ambiguous, and the boundaries between blessing and sorcery, priest and sorcerer, are constantly being negotiated. So if you're a world builder, consider highlighting the moral ambiguity and social contingency of magic, rather than having moral dualism baked into the universe. Now, of course, not every spell in your world needs to be morally gray. Some acts should feel cruel and abhorrent. Avatar: The Last Airbender and The Legend of Korra actually handle this with nuance with bloodbending. a sub-skill of water bending that lets a person control another's body by manipulating the water in their blood. It's horrifying, it's invasive, and the show treats it that way. But even then, think about who gets to say so. The point is not that all magic is neutral, it's that its morality is socially contingent. Let accusations of black magic or forbidden arts say more about the power of the institution making that accusation. Imagine a kingdom where the same healing spell recited by a temple priest is called divine, but if a midwife chants it out in the countryside, it's called sorcery. Or imagine a city where curse tablets are perfectly legal so long as you pay the temple scribe and dedicate them to the right god. Maybe your protagonist is a royal magic user whose protective spells become evidence for their demonic collusion when the regime changes. Basically show how institutions claim moral authority over ritual power, and that accusations of sorcery often tell us more about the accuser than the ritual itself. Okay, what I've given you here is not meant to be a grand, unified theory of magic. It's a set of observations from the history of magical practice that you can use to make your worlds feel closer to the textures of magic in the ancient world. Of course, there are always going to be counter-examples and diversity. If we shifted our attention to West African divination, or Islamic talismanic traditions, or Buddhist amulets, we'd have to adjust some of the details. Again, you can always find counterexamples. Qi manipulation in Taoism, for example, does look a lot like energy resource management. My point isn't so much that fantasy is wrong, it's that fantasy tends to reuse the same assumptions about magic. Magic is a rare gift, wizarding is a profession, magic is energy, and light versus dark. But history gives you way more options than that, so if you're world building, consider asking, can my magic be mundane? Let shopkeepers, jealous lovers, and anxious parents use magic too. Can expertise be distributed? Let monks, midwives, scribes, gem cutters, and temple staff all know a bit of magical practice and not just graduates from a genetically special prep school. Can power be relational? Make spells work because spirits were properly addressed, not because your mana bar was full. And can morality be social, not baked into the cosmos? Let rival factions brand each other's rituals as forbidden while doing basically the same thing. If you do even one or two of these things, you'll end up with a magic system that looks a lot more like the ones we actually see in the archaeological record. Messy, creative, locally improvised, and always ambiguous. The archaeology of ancient magic reveals that magical practice was all about what can I do right now with what I have? A little bit of ritual technology for when the world felt too big and the levers of power were out of reach. And that's how I sometimes feel about the environmental crisis. It's enormous, it's structural, and it's way bigger than any one person can fix alone. Fixing it means working at the human scale, small actions in the face of vast systems. And that's how I think about Planet Wild and why I'm a member. Planet Wild is like crowdfunding for nature. It's a community-based organization of 20,000 members coming together to fund a whole bunch of carefully selected conservation missions. And there's also built-in accountability. In less than a month after joining, Planet Wild releases a video report on YouTube documenting what our memberships helped fund. Their app also includes written reports if you want the deeper dive. They funded missions like building wildlife crossings in the Canadian Rockies so animals aren't killed trying to cross highways, restoring habitat for monarch butterflies in Mexico so their migration can continue, and installing nesting boxes to help endangered little owls rebound in Europe. And yeah, the official name is really the Little Owl. Very descriptive. One mission that jumped out at me funded indigenous protection of the Amazon. The Planet Wild community invested over 370,000 euros to support 16 indigenous communities across 150 villages in Brazil's Xingu region. That funding secured 3 years of organized forest patrols, including salaries, transport, and field equipment to prevent illegal logging. It also strengthened community-led fire teams with tools and satellite internet to stop fires before they spread, and supported the legal effort to have the region recognized as a UNESCO Biosphere Reserve and World Heritage Site. Now, as I mentioned, I'm a Planet Wild member myself, and this mission jumped out at me because a lot of my recent videos have touched on indigenous sacred landscapes. And it's one thing to explain indigenous traditions in a video, and it's another thing entirely to secure land rights, fund anti-logging patrols, and support the legal autonomy that allows these communities to keep doing what they've been doing for generations. For me, Planet Wild is a way to stand behind the people whose sacred landscapes and ritual traditions depend on actual protected territory. So if you want to join a growing community that's actually funding practical conservation work around the world, consider becoming a Planet Wild member yourself. The first 100 people who sign up using my code RELIGION2 will get their first month paid by me. Just scan the QR code on screen or click the link in the description below. You'll have an immediate impact, you'll see a video update in under 30 days showing what the community has accomplished, and you can cancel anytime, no questions asked. And if you want to see Planet Wild in action, check out their mission supporting the indigenous communities of Brazil here. Quick note, if you've ever wanted to read the Bible in its original languages, we're now offering online language courses. Click the link in the comments below to register. There are a lot of Bible translations. The King James Version, the New International Version, the New Revised Standard Version, not to mention the ESV, the NASB, the ASV, and more. With so many options, and so many acronyms, what is the best translation of the Bible? Now, this is a mega long video because in order to answer this seemingly simple question, we need to lay some serious groundwork about how translations are even made in the first place. In the first half of the video, we'll examine manuscript traditions and translation philosophies, and in the second half, we'll compare and contrast some translations in a series of case studies. Let's start with what do we even mean by the Bible. For Christians, the Bible is one big anthology consisting of two sub-anthologies, the Old Testament and the New Testament. The New Testament is a collection of 27 books dating from the 1st century CE and perhaps a few from the 2nd century. It includes the 4 Gospels that recount the life, teachings, death, and resurrection of Jesus, the Book of Acts, which is kind of like a sequel to Luke, a bunch of letters attributed to the Apostle Paul, a bunch more letters attributed to various other people, some anonymous, some named, and the Book of Revelation. The other anthology is the Hebrew Bible, a collection of ancient Israelite texts including narratives, laws, poetry, prophecies, and wisdom literature. For Jews, the Hebrew Bible is the canonical collection of scripture, called the Tanakh. Though Jews arrange the collection differently compared to Christians. Christians call it the Old Testament, and pretty much all Christians agree on at least 39 books, plus or minus the deuterocanonical books, which we'll discuss shortly, while Jews divide it into 24 books in 3 main sections, which we'll examine later in the video. A few things to add here. Many Christians, particularly Catholics and the various branches of Orthodoxy, also recognize additional books of the Old Testament, called the Deuterocanon. Historically, Protestants labeled these texts as the Apocrypha, which was meant as a derogatory label meaning secretive, in order to associate these texts with heretical books. Now, not all Bibles that you pick up off the shelf will include the Deuterocanon, and that largely depends on the popularity of a particular version within particular Christian denominations. For example, the New Jerusalem Bible, which is popular among English-speaking Catholics, includes the deuterocanonical books, while the NIV, one of the most popular versions among evangelical Protestants, excludes it.
So even though we're answering a seemingly simple question, what is the best translation of the Bible, things can get complicated pretty quickly. For example, Eastern Orthodox churches have a slightly different collection of deuterocanonical books. The Samaritans, an Israelite group who trace their religious and ethnic identity to antiquity just like the Jews, accept only the Torah as scripture. The Ethiopian and Eritrean Orthodox churches have a broader canon consisting of 81 books, which includes the Book of Enoch and the Book of Jubilees. These topics are very interesting and worthwhile to study in their own right, but for the sake of simplicity, we'll be focusing only on translations of the Hebrew Bible and the New Testament, as well as the deuterocanonical books when relevant. Also, for the sake of simplicity, we'll be comparing English translations of the Bible, though the entire Bible has been translated into over 700 languages, ranging from hugely popular languages like Chinese, Hindi, and Spanish to the most obscure. So speaking of languages, what languages are we translating from? After all, the Bible was not composed in English. The Hebrew Bible was composed in, well, Hebrew. Hebrew is a Northwest Semitic language closely related to other Canaanite languages that arose in the Eastern Mediterranean during the Bronze and Iron Ages. Although sections of Daniel and Ezra are actually preserved in the related language Aramaic. Based on inscriptions found by archaeologists, Hebrew was the most commonly spoken language in the kingdoms of Israel and Judah, roughly from 1000 to 586 BCE. But the context of these Aramaic passages tell us that at least later in their history, the majority of people in ancient Israel were speaking Aramaic instead. The texts of the New Testament, on the other hand, were composed in Koine Greek. This was a dialect of the Greek language that became the common language of the Eastern Mediterranean world in the centuries after the conquests of Alexander the Great. This was the native language of the Gospel writers and the Apostle Paul. Now, before we talk about translating the actual Hebrew, Aramaic, and Greek words on the pages, we need to talk about the actual physical pages themselves. The words of the Bible don't float through time. They're transmitted in physical objects called manuscripts. Scholars call the patterns of readings found in groups of these manuscripts as manuscript traditions. In other words, a manuscript tradition is kind of like a family tree of texts that shares similar features, showing how particular texts were copied and passed down over the generations, each group preserving its own version of the text. Okay, this is a little complicated, so here's an example of how different manuscript traditions can affect things. It would seem pretty normal to say that the King James Version and the New International Version are two different translations of the same text, but that's not quite right. These English versions are not actually translating the same thing. Consider Mark 1:41. Jesus had just been approached by a man with leprosy, and the man asked Jesus to heal him. In the King James Version, the verse reads, "And Jesus, moved with compassion, put forth his hand and touched him." The New International Version, on the other hand, reads, "Jesus was indignant. He reached out his hand and touched the man." So, did Jesus have compassion on the man, or did he get angry? This is not a translation choice. There is no Greek word that can mean either mad or compassionate. The KJV and the NIV are actually translating two different underlying texts transmitted in different manuscript traditions. And then two different Greek words in those traditions give rise to two different English translations. Another example, Matthew 18:11 in the New King James Version says, "For the Son of Man is come to save that which was lost." But try looking up that verse in the NIV, ESV, or NRSV. You won't find it. There is no such verse. Matthew 18:10 jumps to Matthew 18:12. Again, translators didn't just decide to leave out a sentence to produce a better sounding translation. In other words, the omission of an entire verse is not simply an interpretive choice. Rather, these English translations are using different underlying manuscript traditions. So let's look a little more in detail how this works historically. As I said, most of the Hebrew Bible was written in Hebrew, and the New Testament was written in Greek. Like virtually all pre-modern books, the original copies of the biblical literature, what scholars call an autograph, are lost forever. So the original copy of the book of John no longer exists. The original copy of the book of Genesis no longer exists. Instead, we have thousands and thousands of manuscripts written between the 2nd and 15th centuries CE. Any text copied by hand this many times for this long is going to develop some variations in the various manuscripts. Copyists make mistakes, and sometimes they make changes on purpose. However it happened, there are now plenty of differences between the manuscripts of any given book of the Bible. As a result, English versions not only need to translate an ancient text into a modern language, but they need to decide what manuscripts should be translated in the first place. For the New Testament, the majority of well-known translations belong to one of two groups. The King James Version and its successors are based on the so-called Textus Receptus, while most other versions are based on what scholars call a critical edition. The history of these editions would take another video entirely, but briefly, the Textus Receptus refers to an edition of the New Testament largely based on the work of the scholar Erasmus. For his edition, first published in 1516, Erasmus used only 7 incomplete Greek manuscripts from the 12th to 15th centuries. Now, later scholars modified Erasmus's text, but these are still called the Textus Receptus. The French Protestant theologian Theodore Beza, for example, created an edition that was the most popular manuscript used by the KJV translators. These manuscripts contained a text of the New Testament that has traditionally been called the Byzantine text, or sometimes referred to as the majority text type. The other major group of English versions are based on what scholars call a critical edition. Remember that Erasmus used 7 incomplete manuscripts of the New Testament, the oldest of which was from the 12th century. But even in Erasmus's own time, this was not the only approach. Just 2 years after his first edition, in 1518, a Spanish team published the Complutensian Polyglot. In 6 massive volumes, the team printed the Hebrew, Latin, and Greek texts of the Old and New Testament side by side. They also published an ancient Aramaic translation alongside the Hebrew of the Old Testament called the Targum Onkelos. Polyglot Bibles reflected the same goal as Erasmus, access the ancient text itself, but with a different logic. Use a maximum amount of evidence to reconstruct ancient texts. In general, scholars follow the logic of the Polyglot Bibles rather than the Erasmus edition. They use ancient translations of the Bible in other languages, like Latin, Syriac, and Coptic, and modern scholars also have access to manuscripts discovered in the last 200 years. The Greek translation of the Bible called the Codex Sinaiticus, discovered in the 1840s, many translations of biblical books found among the Dead Sea Scrolls, discovered in the 1940s, and fragments of biblical books preserved in the dry climate of Egypt, mostly discovered in the 19th and 20th centuries. Critical editions try to synthesize all of this information and present the editor's best attempt at reconstructing what scholars call an authorial form. Basically, their best effort to piece together the text as it was originally written down. Importantly, critical editions also present the reader with a critical apparatus. What you're looking at on screen is a critical apparatus. You can see the editor's reconstructed text on top, and the small text in the footnotes demonstrates the editor's evidence. Almost all modern translations not based on the Textus Receptus use the latest edition of Nestle Aland's Novum Testamentum Graeca, first published in the late 1800s but has been updated multiple times over the next century. So how does all of this affect translators? The distinction between a translation using the Textus Receptus and one using a critical edition is pretty clear when we look at big differences between the translations. For example, in most surviving manuscripts of John, there's a story about Jesus and a woman caught in adultery. But this story is not found in our oldest and typically most reliable manuscripts of John. The KJV, which relies on the Textus Receptus, includes the story. But most scholars today judge that the story was probably not originally part of the Gospel of John, and most modern translations that follow the critical edition print the text in brackets, and draw attention to the fact that the passage does not appear in our earliest manuscripts. But things get more complicated when decisions about textual variants are not so obvious. Let's return to the example about Jesus being compassionate or angry in the first chapter of Mark. The King James Version describes Jesus as compassionate, which follows the majority of manuscripts, the so-called Byzantine tradition. Most of the earliest manuscripts also agree, so for this verse, the editors of Nestle Aland's 28th critical edition follow the Textus Receptus and print the word meaning compassionate. And so the ESV, NRSV, and most other modern translations describe Jesus as moved with pity, or something like that. But the committee responsible for the NIV did not agree. They used the same critical edition, but they used it to reach a different conclusion about what was the actual oldest form of the text. One early Greek manuscript, several of the oldest Latin manuscripts, and a newly discovered Syriac manuscript used the word meaning angry. And the NIV committee thought this evidence was more compelling. So their version reads, Jesus was indignant. In this case, the NIV is translating from a text that differs from both the KJV and most other modern translations. The critical edition agreed with the Textus Receptus, but the NIV committee moved away from both, using the tools of the critical edition. All this to say, the divisions between the Textus Receptus and critical editions is not always clear-cut. Translations of the Hebrew Bible are complicated in similar ways. The KJV is a translation of the Masoretic text, an important recension of the Hebrew Bible known from several manuscripts no older than the 10th century CE. But scholars have long had access to much older Greek translations of the Christian Old Testament that contain a sometimes significantly different text. This Greek text is often called the Septuagint, and there are Christian communities like the Eastern Orthodox who still use only this text. Most modern translations of the Hebrew Bible amend the Masoretic text, drawing upon the Greek texts and more recently discovered Hebrew texts from the Dead Sea Scrolls. For example, many of the texts of the Book of Isaiah from Qumran, where the Dead Sea Scrolls were discovered, are almost identical to the Book of Isaiah found within the Masoretic texts. But there are small differences, meaning that the text of the Hebrew Bible was not entirely set by the time of the Dead Sea Scrolls. The most famous scroll from Qumran, the Isaiah scroll, contains over 2,600 textual variants, but it still preserves the entirety of the Book of Isaiah. Most of the time, these variants between texts are very small, such as deleting a single word or a single letter. Other times, the differences are pretty big and preserve almost entirely different stories. However, unlike the New Testament, scholars so far have used a different type of critical edition. Instead of trying to produce a critical edition that approximates an original, the standard academic edition of the Hebrew Bible prints the text of one 11th century manuscript, Codex Leningradensis, with variant readings noted in its apparatus. This is called the Biblia Hebraica Stuttgartensia, or the BHS. Now, while the type of critical edition may vary, the ways this affects translation remains the same. Consider 1 Samuel 17:4, the description of the giant Goliath. The Masoretic text describes Goliath's height as 6 cubits and a span, which is well over 9 feet tall. This is what you'll find in the King James Version and still most modern translations. But the Greek text and one of the Hebrew Dead Sea Scrolls describes Goliath as only 4 cubits and a span, which is close to 7 feet tall. Like the different emotions of Jesus in Mark chapter 1, this difference in height is a result of relying on different underlying texts. Okay, we've now laid the groundwork. We now understand how using different physical material, either by choice or by access, results in different translations. Now let's talk about translation philosophy, which basically means what guides the decisions that different translators make. Now, if you've ever studied a second language, you'll know that two translators, working with the exact same text, will often produce different translations. This is because translation, every single translation, involves decisions, interpretive decisions, like the decision to keep the height of Goliath in cubits instead of converting it into feet or meters. You've probably heard people describe translations as more or less literal. We've all heard something like, your translation says that, but a more literal translation says this. The implication is that literal translations are self-evidently better than the alternative, but this is not necessarily true. The very idea of literalness is rarely well defined, and given certain definitions, it is not all that clear that a more literal translation is better than a less literal translation. So consider the phrase, what's up? We don't usually say, what's up to mean, what is above you. It's more like, what is your current state of affairs? And sometimes it just means, hello. A literal translation in the sense of non-figurative ignores these extended idiomatic uses and renders it as an inquiry about what's above the speaker. You can probably see the problem already. If we understand literal in this way, a literal translation would prefer the supposedly most basic meaning of the words or phrases. Sometimes this does work well. The New International Version translates the beginning of Proverbs 14:16 as the wise fear the Lord and shun evil. By contrast, the NRSV reads, the wise are cautious and turn away from evil. Notice that the NIV specifies that the Lord is the object of the wise person's fear, while the NRSV leaves the object of fear unspecified. In this case, the NIV and the NRSV are translating the same underlying Hebrew text. The NRSV, however, is a more literal translation. The Hebrew manuscripts give the verb to fear without any object. The NIV supplies the Lord to clarify the meaning of the text as they understand it, and their interpretation might be right. The Lord is often the object of fear in the book of Proverbs, but the Hebrew text does not specify that. So in this verse, the NRSV sticks to a more literal rendering of the text. But is that better? Well, the literal translation gives room for the reader to decide what might be the proper object of a wise person's fear. But if the NIV is indeed correct with their interpretation, this translation might add some clarity to an otherwise ambiguous verse. So while a literal translation can sometimes be preferable, it's not always the obviously most accurate or best choice. In fact, sometimes a literal translation is just the wrong call. In Exodus 34, God appears to Moses on Mount Sinai. God's proclamation to Moses begins with disclosing that God has a long nose. The Lord, the compassionate and gracious God, long of nose, abounding in love and faithfulness. Or at least that would be a literal translation of the Hebrew. None of the popular translations that you might know will render the phrase literally. Instead, your favorite translation probably says God is long-suffering or slow to anger. But the meaning of the underlying Hebrew here is indisputable. Exodus uses the adjective long, modifying the noun nose, describing a characteristic of God. Of course, translators recognize this as a well-attested idiom in Hebrew, used to refer to a kind of patience. A literal translation, long-nosed, would not capture this idiomatic use. Translators needed to make a choice, and for most readers, translators decided a less literal translation would be clearer. Likewise, there are many good reasons not to translate the Greek New Testament literally. When a demon-possessed man confronts Jesus in Mark chapter 5, the man literally says, "What to me and to you?" That's it. No verb, nothing else. What to me and to you. That translation may be literal in a certain sense, but it doesn't make sense in English. Most translations instead give something like, "What do you want with me?" This translation does make sense in English, but notice how this translation requires a number of interpretive decisions about context and idiom beyond the definition of individual words and grammatical rules. This translation is less literal, but it more closely approximates what the translator believes to be the intention of the author or the impression that the phrase would have made on an ancient reader of Greek. Another example, in his second letter to the Corinthians, Paul complains that he has not withheld his intestines from the church, but they withheld their intestines from him. Gross. Well, despite appearances, Paul is not urging the church in Corinth to show him their guts. Rather, he's requesting that they act out of compassion and generosity toward him and his mission. The NRSV thus says, "There is no restriction in our affections, but only in yours." That is a far cry from a literal sense of each word, but lots of ancient readers thought that emotions originated in the intestines. Think about what we mean when we say that someone wears their heart on their sleeve, or we have heartache. In the case of Paul's plea for compassion in 2 Corinthians, the less literal translation is better for most readers. The whole notion of literalness also really struggles with how to translate gender. English has a gender-neutral third-person plural pronoun. They, theirs, them. The word they doesn't suggest that the referent is either masculine or feminine. Moreover, we have a lot of gender-neutral ways of referring to groups. Words like people or folks that don't suggest either gender. Greek and Hebrew, however, don't have any gender-neutral equivalents. Their pronoun equivalents to they and them must be gendered. As you'd expect, groups of women are grammatically feminine, and groups of men are grammatically masculine. But mixed-gendered groups are grammatically masculine. Likewise, words for collectives like people are grammatically masculine in both Greek and Hebrew. And any pronoun referring to those people as they or them will likewise be masculine. So what's the translator to do? When should we translate grammatically masculine terms with English masculine equivalents? And when should we find a gender-neutral or gender-inclusive alternative? If the grammatically masculine word whoever can refer to either males or females, what is the more literal translation? In the end, translators need to make a choice. The translator needs to decide whether they think the author was referring to men specifically or using the grammatically masculine term to refer to a mixed gender group. This problem is stark in the different translations of sibling language in Paul's letters. Paul's letters are addressed to both men and women, and at various points women are addressed directly or given gender-specific instructions. But throughout the letters, Paul addresses his readers as adelphoi, a masculine plural word for brothers. Different English translations make different choices about how to translate the use of a collective masculine word for a mixed gender group like Paul's churches. The NRSV and the TNIV will use brothers and sisters, except where the context suggests that Paul is exclusively addressing men. The ESV, on the other hand, uses brothers, exclusively. So does that make the ESV more or less literal? Well, it's following a Greek grammatical rule not found in English, so it's debatable. And it's easy to see why we might prefer a different approach since Paul is literally addressing a mixed gender group. Because of all these problems with thinking in terms of literalness, scholarly discussions of translation philosophy will often use the terms formal equivalence versus dynamic equivalence, instead of literal versus less literal. Dynamic equivalence refers to conveying the thought or idea of the original text, focusing more on the message rather than the specific wording or grammatical structure. Formal equivalence refers to staying as close to the structure and words of the original text. Now, the whole distinction between dynamic and formal equivalence is often presented as a stark binary choice. But as you might have guessed from this whole discussion, many translations incorporate elements from both approaches depending on the passage or context. So it's kind of a false exercise to line up translations from most formal to most dynamic. Passage by passage, sometimes word by word, translating the Bible involves complicated interpretive decisions. Sometimes the NIV is more literal than the NRSV. More often the opposite is true. But that doesn't by itself make either translation better or worse. Instead, it's more useful to understand why each translation looks the way it looks. Then you can evaluate their decisions and their philosophy that shapes those decisions from a position of knowledge. Okay, so we've talked about manuscripts, and we've talked about translation philosophies. Now it's time for a few case studies. There are way too many translations to cover them all in one video, so we'll just examine a few of the most popular translations. Let's start with the New Revised Standard Version, or the NRSV. It's called the New Revised Standard Version because it updates a translation from the 1940s called the Revised Standard Version, or the RSV. The RSV was first published in 1946 by a partnership of American churches called the National Council of Churches, which includes 37 different members, including mainline Protestants, evangelicals, and several Orthodox churches. The NRSV set out to update the RSV in order to incorporate the most recent advances in scholarship and discoveries like the Dead Sea Scrolls. It was published in 1989 and updated in 2021, so the most recent version is called the NRSV Updated Edition. The translation team was mostly made up of Protestant scholars, but they explicitly claimed to resist theological bias in their translation. In the intro to the RSV, the translator said, "There is no place for theology in Bible translation, whether conservative or radical or whatever else." The RSV tends to lean more toward the formal equivalence side of the translation philosophy spectrum, though the NRSV is a bit more flexible from time to time. Dr. Bruce Metzger, the original chair of the translation committee, said that their mandate was to produce a translation that was as literal as possible, as free as necessary. And overall, they do manage to stick to that principle. Now, the NRSV is the preferred translation among biblical scholars, making it the most likely translation you'll encounter in peer-reviewed scholarship, university classrooms, and on my YouTube channel. Now, this is partly because it happens to be a very accurate and readable translation, but I would argue that the main reason that academics prefer this translation is because it's ecumenical, which at least in Christian circles means representing a variety of churches or denominations. Even though it was published by a Christian organization, the NRSV did not claim any particular denominational or religious affiliation, and the translation committee featured an ideologically diverse slate of editors and reviewers from many different perspectives, including Jewish and Christian scholars and scholars with no religious affiliation at all. This means that tough translation decisions were put to a vote among subcommittees of experts with different perspectives. This not only aims to mitigate theologically biased translations, but it also means that the NRSV generally reflects consensus scholarship, resisting idiosyncratic translations. Just as a quick example, consider a famous passage from Isaiah 7 verse 14, a text that many Christians interpret as a prophecy about the Virgin Mary giving birth to Jesus. The NRSV reads, "Therefore the Lord himself will give you a sign. Look, the young woman is with child, and shall bear a son, and shall name him Emmanuel." Compare this to the ESV and the NIV, which, as we'll examine shortly, more consistently align with a Protestant theological bias. The Hebrew word that the ESV and NIV translate here as virgin is alma, which literally means young woman. This word does not imply anything about whether or not she has had sex before. In fact, Hebrew does have a word for virgin, which appears in several places in the Hebrew Bible. When the Hebrew Bible was translated into Greek, this word alma was translated as parthenos, which can mean virgin. And because whoever wrote the Gospel of Matthew used Greek translations of the Hebrew Bible and was writing for a Greek-speaking audience, it was this Greek translation that made it into his Gospel. Matthew 1 verse 23, "Look, the virgin shall become pregnant and give birth to a son." The NRSV translation of these two verses more accurately reflects that change. In Isaiah chapter 7, it follows the Hebrew and translates alma as young woman, and in Matthew chapter 1, it translates the Greek parthenos as virgin. The ESV and the NIV don't do this, likely in an effort to protect the messianic undertones that Christians have historically seen in Isaiah chapter 7. Now, most of the controversy surrounding the NRSV centers on the translator's decision to include gender-inclusive language. Since the NRSV was spearheaded by more liberal Protestant groups, one of their motivations for updating the RSV was to produce a more gender-inclusive translation, and they did this by removing what they viewed to be unnecessarily masculine-oriented language. That's not my opinion, they say that explicitly. A statement from the first edition of the NRSV says, "During the almost half a century since the publication of the RSV, many in the churches have become sensitive to the danger of linguistic sexism arising from the inherent bias of the English language toward the masculine gender, a bias that in this case of the Bible has often restricted or obscured the meaning of the original text." Their policy was to render verses that refer both to men and women by using an inclusive term, even if the original Hebrew or Greek uses a masculine term. So, for example, Psalm 1:1 in the RSV says, "Blessed is the man who walks not in the counsel of the wicked," while the NRSV reads, "Happy are those who do not follow the advice of the wicked," replacing the word man with the gender-neutral those. A similar decision was made in the letters of Paul. Now, as we saw earlier, Paul frequently refers to his audience with the masculine term brothers. So in the RSV, Romans 1:13 starts with, "I want you to know, brethren." While the NRSV reads, "I do not want you to be unaware, brothers and sisters." The NRSV translators argued that in most of these cases they were being more faithful to the original intent of the text. Paul probably was not only referring to men when he says brothers in his letters, since he was writing to churches with both men and women. But using gender-inclusive language sparked some backlash, especially among conservative Christian groups. They argued that the changes were more motivated by political correctness or a liberal theological agenda than by a genuine commitment to produce an accurate translation. Now we'll get into this more when we discuss the English Standard Version, but it's worth noting that not all criticisms of the NRSV's gender-inclusive translations stem from political or theological motivations. Some critical scholars have also raised some issues. For example, some of these choices do actually affect the meaning of the text. For example, in Galatians 6 verse 7, the RSV says, "Whatever a man sows, that will he also reap." Paul uses the Greek word anthropos here, which often means males in particular, but can refer to a human being in general. In order to achieve a gender-inclusive translation, the NRSV says, "You reap whatever you sow." This changes the meaning, even if it's subtle. Paul is talking generally about human conduct, but the NRSV might imply Paul is making a pointed statement aimed at his audience, you instead of humans in general. Now, I'm not a Bible translator, but my hunch is that the NRSV translators could have used the word person here to achieve the same gender-neutral goal while retaining Paul's original sentiment. Other critiques are more complicated. Let's consider a problem that arises in the NRSV when comparing Psalm 8:4 and Hebrews 2 verses 6 and 7. The RSV of Psalm 8:4 reads, "What is man that thou art mindful of him, and the son of man that thou dost care for him?" The NRSV rendered this as, "What are humans that you are mindful of them, mortals that you care for them?" The NRSV changes man to human. However, the New Testament quotes this passage in Hebrews chapter 2, and the author of Hebrews assumes that Psalm 8:4 is a prophecy talking about a specific male human, Jesus. That reference comes through loud and clear in the RSV by using the words man and son of man, but it's lost in the NRSV. The scholar Bart Ehrman, who himself is a fan of the NRSV and uses it in his teaching, criticizes this translation decision, saying this passage is not talking about exalted humans as a race, the way the translation now indicates. It is speaking specifically of the superiority of Christ, a particular man/son of man. But there is no way the English reader can know that. As a result, in fact, the passage in Hebrews no longer makes any sense. All this to say, no translation is perfect. I don't want to be taken here as an NRSV booster. It has its issues. But in the end, most scholars today prefer the NRSV mostly because it contains fewer partisan or sectarian readings compared to other translations. Next, we have the English Standard Version, or the ESV, which was published in 2001. Like the NRSV, the English Standard Version was a revision of the earlier RSV, but the ESV was produced with a very different goal in mind. From the start, an evangelical editorial team explicitly set out to produce a translation that appealed to theologically conservative Christians who hold views such as biblical inerrancy or traditional gender-based limitations on authority, the belief that only men can hold certain positions of authority within the church and in the household. By the late 1990s, most of the evangelical world had already rejected the NRSV as too liberal, but in late 1996, word got out that another popular evangelical translation, the NIV, would publish their own gender-inclusive version. This triggered a gigantic backlash from certain corners of the evangelical world. For example, the theologian Wayne Grudem, who I already mentioned, co-authored a book criticizing gender-inclusive language, titled The Gender-Neutral Bible Controversy, Muting the Masculinity in God's Words. Although the NIV's publisher eventually backed down, Grudem and others decided to make their own translation. They set to work systematically amending the 1971 version of the RSV. In a 2016 interview, Grudem stated their mission: "We took out all the traces of liberalism and updated the RSV." Since gendered language was a primary motivation for creating the ESV, let's look at a few examples. Sometimes the ESV only changes a single strategic word, as is the case in a passage in 1 Timothy chapter 5, a letter that claims to be by the Apostle Paul, but the majority of scholars argue was composed by someone else. In 1 Timothy 5:14, the author instructs his audience how to help widows, saying that younger widows should remarry and start new families. The RSV reads, "So I would have the younger women marry, bear children, rule their households, and give the enemy no occasion to revile us." That phrase, "rule their household," is rendering a single Greek verb. oikodespoteo, which is a compound word from oikos, meaning home, and despoteo, meaning to rule or to be a master of. So the verb quite literally means to rule a household. It's a strong verb. You can see the English word despot in there. In his analysis of the ESV, the sociologist Samuel Perry notes that this translation potentially gives the idea that young married women are exercising considerable authority in their homes, possibly even over their husbands. So it's perhaps telling that the ESV changes only this verb, to manage their households. A markedly less powerful sounding translation that suggests young wives are merely managers of the home where men still rule. Another example appears in Romans 16:1. In this verse, Paul mentions a woman named Phoebe who presumably delivered the letter to the Roman church. The RSV reads, "I commend to you our sister Phoebe, a deaconess of the church at Cenchreae." Paul calls her a diakonos, which can mean servant, but it's widely understood by scholars to indicate some sort of administrative or official position within early Christian communities. Specifically, he calls her a deaconess at the church at Cenchreae, which strongly suggests that she held some sort of position of authority in this community. However, the ESV translators chose to translate that same word as servant, closing off the potential interpretation that she held any formal position of authority. Interestingly, elsewhere in the letters of Paul, the ESV editors translated that exact same word as minister. In another instance, the ESV translators actually added a word that does not appear in the original text. In 1 Timothy 3, the author describes the qualifications for deacons. He writes, "Deacons likewise must be serious, not double-tongued, not indulging in much wine, not greedy for money." And then the text says, "Gunaikos likewise must be serious, not slanderers, but temperate, faithful in all things." Gunaikos can literally mean women or wives. Does the author mean female deacons or wives of the deacons? The NRSV says, "Women likewise must be serious," and includes a footnote flagging the possible alternate translation, wives. The ESV, on the other hand, inserts the possessive pronoun, their wives, which does not appear in the original Greek, but it does solidify the interpretation that the verse is referring to the wives of the deacons, and limits any possible interpretation that women may also be deacons. This is a good example of why literalness is not a clear benefit or should be taken at face value. Wayne Grudem argued that every single word of the Bible in its original language is spoken to us by God, and thus he set out to create what he called an essentially literal translation. But in the case of the ESV, conservative evangelical identity politics seem to be shaping the translation, and sometimes supersedes a more literal reading. Now, to be fair, translators of any sacred text in any religion are always making decisions about what a text is meant to say for their own community. But when those decisions align so clearly with a specific subset of Christian thought, I would not recommend that translation for the critical study of the Bible, or even to readers outside of that particular community. Turning now to another popular translation, the New International Version, or the NIV. Published in 1978, the NIV is one of the top-selling Bible translations of all time in any language. And like most contemporary translations, the NIV relies on critical editions of the original languages. And the NIV's translation philosophy falls more on the dynamic side of the spectrum. From the start, the NIV was an evangelical project. It was sponsored by an evangelical organization called the International Bible Society, since rebranded as Biblica, which still holds the copyright to this day. The NIV's translators represented several different evangelical denominations and were recruited from evangelical seminaries, universities, and organizations like the National Association of Evangelicals. Like the ESV, the NIV explicitly was designed to appeal to a conservative Protestant audience, though this was not a secret. The translators shared their doctrinal commitments in copies of the NIV itself. For example, the 2005 edition says the translators were united in their commitment to the authority and infallibility of the Bible as God's words in written form. The translators were in fact required to subscribe to particular statements of faith. These motivations, of course, are not ones that all scholars can share. As the scholar Jason Badun says, creedal commitment has nothing to do with linguistic skill or other necessary criteria of accurate translations. In other words, signing a confession of faith may work for the in-group, but for a scholarly translation, if you're aiming to assemble a translation team of experts, their religious identity should not be the primary concern. So here are a few examples of this conservative evangelical perspective in the NIV. In Ephesians chapter 2, verse 3, the NRSV says, "All of us once lived among them in the passions of our flesh, doing the will of flesh and senses, and we were by nature children of wrath, like everyone else." By comparison, the NIV says, "Like the rest, we were by nature deserving of wrath." The NRSV is more literal. It translates the word children with the modifying word of wrath. So the NIV's choice to add the word deserving is quite a stretch, but it's a choice that aligns better with some conservative Protestant theology, emphasizing the inherent sinfulness of humanity and that people deserve eternal punishment. 1 Peter 4:6 is another example, though it's a notoriously confusing passage. The NRSV sticks pretty close to the original Greek. For this is the reason the gospel was proclaimed even to the dead. Does this mean someone can be saved even after death? Well, many Christians say yes, but evangelicals not so much, and we see this evangelical perspective in the NIV. For this is the reason the gospel was preached even to those who are now dead. As in, they were told about the gospel before they died, which precludes the notion that post-mortem salvation is possible. A similar tendency shapes the NIV's translation of the Old Testament. For example, scholars have long recognized that Genesis contains two creation accounts. One runs from Genesis 1:1 to the first half of Genesis 2:4, and the second from the latter part of Genesis 2:4 to the end of chapter 3. One of the key differences between these two creation accounts is the order of creation. In the first account, humans are created last, but in the second account, one of the first things that God does is create a man and then plant a garden for him. Genesis 2:7 says God creates a man, verse 8 God plants a garden, and then in verse 19 God makes animals, because the man is all alone. Most English translations leave this tension between Genesis 1 and 2 unresolved. It's pretty unambiguous. The NRSV even includes a heading, another account of the creation, halfway through Genesis 2:4. However, the NIV alters the verb tenses in chapter 2 to make it sound like events that happen in sequence are actually out of sequence. God creates a man, but then God had planted a garden, and God had made animals. The use of had implies that these actions occurred earlier, as in God created the garden and animals before humans, even though there's not much textual basis for this translation. But it does reflect an attempt at harmonizing the different sequences of Genesis 1 and 2. So like the ESV, I do not recommend the NIV for the critical study of the Bible, and it should be considered an in-group translation for conservative Protestants. Though the NIV is even unpopular with otherwise respected scholars within Protestant Christianity, such as the Anglican scholar N.T. Wright. In 2009, he wrote about how he grew increasingly disillusioned by the translation as he went through the letters of Paul. He says, again and again with the Greek text in front of me and the NIV beside it, I discovered that the translators had another principle, to make sure that Paul should say what the broadly Protestant and evangelical tradition said he said. Okay, we've been talking a lot about Protestants. What about Catholics? Let's turn now to the New American Bible. Originally published in 1970, the New American Bible is the only English translation of the Bible authorized for use in Catholic liturgy in the U.S. It was produced in response to a papal encyclical issued by Pope Pius XII in 1943, called Divino Afflante Spiritu, or Inspired by the Divine Spirit, which fundamentally revolutionized Catholic biblical studies. Before this, Catholic Bible translations were primarily based on the Latin Vulgate, a Latin translation of the Bible produced by St. Jerome in the late 4th century. While the Vulgate was and is a vital part of the Catholic Church's tradition, Pope Pius XII encouraged Catholic scholars to produce translations based on manuscripts in the original languages, and use historical critical methods of interpretation. This meant that the Bible should be studied in light of new archaeological discoveries like the Dead Sea Scrolls. So the NAB, as with other modern translations, is based on critical editions. The translation team featured mostly Catholic scholars, though a few Protestant scholars participated as well. So we saw with the NIV and the ESV that the specific theological goals of the translation team found their way into the text. So what about the NAB? Is it a uniquely and particularly Catholic translation? Let's take a couple of examples where we might expect the differences between Protestant and Catholic theology to shape the translation. One of the best-known disagreements between Catholic and Protestant interpreters is the Catholic teaching of the perpetual virginity of Mary. According to Catholic tradition, Mary had no other children after Jesus. She remained a perpetual virgin. For Protestant denominations, that's generally not the case, and they believe that Mary birthed other kids after Jesus. So what does the NAB do with a few verses that complicate this teaching? The Gospel of Mark, chapter 6, verses 1 through 3. He departed from there and came to his native place, accompanied by his disciples. When the Sabbath came, he began to teach in the synagogue, and many who heard him were astonished. They said, "Where did this man get all this? What kind of wisdom has been given him? What mighty deeds are wrought by his hands? Is he not the carpenter, the son of Mary, and the brother of James and Joseph and Judas and Simon? And are not his sisters here with us?" You're not reading that wrong. It sounds like Jesus had brothers and sisters, and the NAB just literally translates the Greek as brother and sisters. This is virtually the same as the ESV and the NRSV. No sugarcoating, no attempt at trying to shape the translation to match the doctrine of Mary's perpetual virginity. But the NAB does include a long footnote. The footnote explains three things. First, it points out that in the Hebrew Bible, the terms brother and sister can be used for family one step removed, like cousins, nieces, or nephews. Second, it notes that while usage can't be taken for granted, it's clear that in the same chapter in verse 17 that the Gospel uses brother for Herod's half-brother Philip, and so the verse could be referring to half-siblings. Third, it concedes that it's possible that the author of Mark takes brother in the literal sense. And finally, the key sentence. The question of meaning here would not have arisen but for the faith of the Church in Mary's perpetual virginity. From this, we learned something important about the New American Bible. The translation team took adherence to the text very seriously. Even though the idea of Mary's perpetual virginity is crucial, the meaning of the text is debatable. They make the decision to keep their version within the reasonable range of meanings of the original text, rather than introducing a questionable doctrinal translation. But they do provide some arguments and counter-arguments in the footnotes. And in general, that's the way the New American Bible works. It follows a similar philosophy to the NRSV, a historical critical approach trying to use the tools available in biblical scholarship to communicate what the text most reasonably meant in their time. But what it adds alongside the text, like in the footnotes, what scholars might call its paratextual philosophy, is much more Catholic, and its scholarly commentary is often quite doctrinal. And this is consistent throughout the NAB. What about Isaiah 7:14 and the translation of Alma? Sure enough, the NAB is in line with the consensus of Hebrew philologists, translating it as young woman, without further commentary. What about Psalm 8:4, where the NRSV arguably tripped up? Look it up in the NAB and it reads, "What is man?" So a little less emphasis on gender inclusivity. What about the verb tense problems introduced by the NIV in Genesis chapter 2? No hint of it, which translates the events in sequence with the simple past tense. There's first man, then garden, then animals. This is not really surprising. Catholic teaching is not particularly concerned with textual inconsistencies, and has a long history of pre-modern Christians who dealt with those inconsistencies head-on, like St. Augustine. Okay, so far we've focused on Christian translations, but obviously Christians are not the only Bible translators. We've been talking so much about the Septuagint, the Greek text used so heavily by ancient Christians, but this was an ancient Jewish translation for Greek-speaking Jews. And we've already mentioned the Targums, ancient Jewish translations from Hebrew into Aramaic for the benefit of Aramaic-speaking synagogue communities. The long history of Jewish translations of the Hebrew Bible was a point made by the editors of the Jewish publication Society Tanakh, a translation of the Hebrew Bible into English which was published in 1917. Scholars more often use the phrase Hebrew Bible, but Jews call it the Tanakh. See, Jews arrange the collection in three main sections: the Torah, the first 5 books of the Hebrew Bible, the Nevi'im, or the prophets, and the Ketuvim, or the writings. Take the initial Hebrew letter of these 3 sections and you get the acronym Tanakh. The original editors of the JPS noted that Jews have for millennia learned to live in places where Hebrew was not the majority spoken language, so they've made translations: Greek, Arabic, German, and more. By the early 1900s, the US had become home to the largest population of Jews in a single country outside of Russia, and so it was time for an English translation. Now, just like all the other versions we've been looking at, a committee drafted the JPS, though unlike Christian translations, as you might expect, the editors paid close attention to Jewish interpretive tradition. They made an active choice to work from the Masoretic Hebrew as their primary base text. As for their translation philosophy, the JPS editors say explicitly that the job of a good translator is to make the Hebrew intelligible. This means the dynamic use of English idiom wherever necessary. So far, fair enough. But as the chief editor of the later revised version, Harry Orlinsky, pointed out, in truth, the 1917 Jewish version was essentially but an extremely modest revision of the English Revised Version of 1885, a late 19th century revision of the King James Version. Now, the original JPS did print Hebrew poetry as poetry and used quotation marks in ways that better resembled Jewish interpretations, but in the end, it looked a lot like a revised KJV. Just check out Genesis 1. The text is identical except the JPS uses unformed instead of without form in verse 2, and uses a lowercase s in Spirit of God, to communicate that this is not the Trinitarian Spirit of God clearly in place in the KJV. Now, that doesn't mean there was nothing distinctive about the original JPS. This was first and foremost a Jewish version translated by Jewish academics. The similarity to the King James was not because of some desire to be more Christian. As they felt it, it was because of an attachment to the poetic power of the Jewish Bible in their own English. And here and there you can find distinction even in the JPS. A good example is Proverbs 31:10 and 29. These are the so-called woman of valor verses. In the 1885 authorized version, the translation was woman of virtue, which doesn't carry the same sense. Most modern translations now use valor, but even back then the JPS did this in order to try to make good on the specific Hebrew word used here, chayil, a word with unambiguous militaristic vibes almost everywhere else it appears. Now, Jewish denominations don't really use the 1917 JPS anymore. It was very successful for its time, but a revised version was published fully by 1985, translated by a team led by the aforementioned Harry Orlinsky. The new JPS Tanakh quickly became the majority-used Jewish Bible for conservative and Reform Jews, as well as for many Orthodox synagogues. The NJPS continues the legacy of the JPS, but tries to make good on the idea that this is, after all, a translation that can stand on its own 2 feet. The NJPS uses the critical edition of the Masoretic text used by other scholars, the Biblia Hebraica Stuttgartensia, and the editor spends some time emphasizing the NJPS's similarity to the manuscript it takes as its base text, the Leningrad Codex, completed in 1008 CE and the oldest known complete manuscript of the Hebrew Bible in Hebrew. The editors were not particularly concerned in recreating an earlier or original text, because, as they argue, even the text-critical efforts of modern scholars will always result in a text that has continually evolved, and so, as they argue, there's not much to gain from trying to reconstruct an original. Instead, they valued what they call a defensible text, and for them, the fact that the NJPS agrees with the Leningrad Codex establishes that defensibility. The translation philosophy of the NJPS remains the same as its predecessor, to render the Hebrew intelligible in English. The main updates in the NJPS modernize the language and make some phrases more idiomatic when necessary. So what does this look like in practice? Let's take a look at the opening of Genesis 1. The same section that we saw was a slightly revised KJV in the original JPS. The NJPS translation instead goes like this: "When God began to create heaven and the earth being unformed and void, with darkness over the surface of the deep, and a wind from God sweeping over the water, God said, 'Let there be light,' and there was light." Now, a few things set this apart from most Christian translations. First, the translators leveraged the distinctiveness of Hebrew vocabulary and idiom. Instead of translating the Hebrew word ruach as spirit or uppercase spirit, they used the more common meaning wind. One theological side effect, of course, is that it's now much harder to read this text in any other way than a strictly monotheistic way. God has no spirit or son assisting in creation. Second, you'll also notice a little tweak in the beginning. There's no iconic phrase, "in the beginning." Instead of that first word translated solo, denoting a strict time at which everything else follows, they translate it with the next 2 words together, marking an aspect of God's creative activity. So, which is better Hebrew? Well, they both work, but the NJPS is a little more idiomatic, and actually many scholars argue it's a better translation. And that's basically the long and short of it for the NJPS. It does what it sets out to do to make the Hebrew more intelligible. When it can create something a little more distinctive with its Hebrew, it does. Just to be clear, it's actually pretty similar to scholarly Christian translations in a lot of ways. And that's no accident. The editor Harry Orlinsky was also part of the translation team for the NRSV. Compared to earlier translations, both the NRSV and NAB paid a lot more attention to Hebrew experts, and especially Jewish academics. Okay, so we've looked at some popular Protestant translations, the standard issue Catholic one, and the most popular Jewish translation. Is there anything left? And the answer is yes, there's one big elephant left in the room, and we've talked about it before on this channel, the King James Version. Sponsored by King James I and published in 1611, the King James Bible arguably went on to become the most influential English translation of the Bible ever made. It quickly became the standard Bible for English-speaking Protestants in particular, and its language and phrasing had a profound effect on English literature and language. Today it's widely read among Protestant denominations, and the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints uses the Latter-day Saint edition of the King James Version for its English-speaking members. While the KJV is undeniably a monumental work of literature, it's also not particularly accurate, and it shouldn't be used for the critical study of the Bible. Unlike all of the previous translations we've mentioned so far, the King James Bible doesn't use modern critical editions. When the KJV was created in the early 1600s, there was no Nestle Aland or BHS. Moreover, like I've already mentioned, the scholars involved simply didn't have access to some key manuscript discoveries like the Codex Sinaiticus or the Dead Sea Scrolls. The KJV translators used what they had, for better or for worse. For the New Testament, they used the edition of Beza, as well as the Textus Receptus attributed to Erasmus, and the texts of the Complutensian Polyglot. For the Hebrew Bible, they used Hebrew and Greek manuscripts, but it's unclear what editions and manuscripts they used, though they were certainly using the text in the Polyglot, as well as some Hebrew editions with Latin translations. Scholars would not call this a critical edition, but it was also a pretty extensive set for the time, and the translation team boasted some serious expertise in the relevant languages. The main issue with the KJV is not just the manuscripts. The main issue is that it was explicitly commissioned by King James I as an updating of an existing English Bible, the Bishop's Bible. The Bishop's Bible was first published in 1568, and it was explicitly crafted to reflect the theology of the Church of England. That meant that the work of the KJV was done with an edition of the Bishop's Bible in front of them. Revision was the main point, and the translators made deep but inconsistent dives into all of their material when they changed things from the Bishop's Bible. As a consequence, as scholars have noted, dozens of words or phrases are included in the KJV that have little or no basis in Greek manuscripts. In theory, the approach of the translation is formal equivalence. It aims to reflect the basic sense of the words, but it also contains a lot of simple mistranslations. Also, on multiple occasions, the KJV appears to be influenced by specific Christian theological views, affecting the translation choices. Now, I talked about this in an earlier video, but briefly consider the story of the fiery furnace from the book of Daniel, when 3 young Judean men are cast into a blazing furnace by the king of Babylon. In the furnace, a 4th figure is seen beside them. The NRSV says, "He replied, but I see 4 men unbound, walking in the middle of the fire, and they are not hurt, and the 4th has the appearance of a god." This implies that a divine figure joins the men in the flames, shielding them from harm. However, the original Aramaic can be also translated as a son of the gods. The NRSV thus provides a footnote offering the alternate translation. However, look at what the KJV does. "Lo, I see 4 men loose, walking in the midst of the fire, and they have no hurt, and the form of the 4th is like the Son of God." Here the translators opted for the Son of God, capital S. Son of God is a title often attributed to Jesus Christ in the New Testament, leading this verse to imply that Jesus himself was in the furnace with the 3 men. All this to say the KJV is not a good translation for the critical study of the Bible. It does a lot of things as a work of literature, but its underpinning manuscripts are not up to contemporary standards, and it really has an overt theological framing that predetermines a lot of its interpretations. Okay, so for all of you who made it this far, congrats. You've probably noticed that there isn't one definitive answer to what makes the best English translation of the Bible. Different translations serve different purposes. The KJV can be valued for the elegance of its language, though perhaps not for academic study. I consider translations like the ESV or NIV to be denominational translations for use within the limits of their denominations. But that doesn't mean they are fundamentally broken translations. They are still based on critical editions, and crafted by scholars. You just need to be aware that more theologically motivated translation choices arise occasionally on issues important to conservative Protestants. Though if your goal is the critical academic study of religion, I'd recommend prioritizing what we could call a scholarly compromise text like the NRSV Updated Edition. Again, it's not perfect. Compromise means not everyone is getting their way, and as we saw, some of the gender-neutral translation choices do affect the meaning, but it generally avoids partisan or idiosyncratic translations since the translation team was more ideologically diverse compared to others. But for any translation, it's worth asking 2 questions. First, what is the basis for the translation, as in what are the manuscripts or critical editions that they used? And second, what is the translation philosophy? Keeping those things in mind, you'll be in a much better place to evaluate what each translation represents and whether it's something you'd want to use. But of course, you really should just learn the original languages. So back when I was a university student, I took my first New Testament Greek class. And it's a little cringe to say this, but it's really not an exaggeration. That class was life-changing for me. Within a few weeks, I was able to read verses in the New Testament in their original Greek. Within a few months, I was able to tell the difference in writing style between the Gospel of John and 1 Corinthians. I went on to study Homeric and Attic Greek. Later, I picked up Latin and Coptic. It set me on this path. One of my dreams for this channel has been to offer classes in sacred languages. Languages with religious significance, and there are a lot of them. Sanskrit, Pali, Arabic, Hebrew, Coptic, Syriac, and of course, Greek. So I'm super excited to announce that we're starting to roll those out, starting with Intro to Koine Greek, the so-called common Greek dialect used to write the New Testament, the Septuagint, and other early Christian texts. It'll be taught by a friend and colleague of mine, Dr. Chance Bonar. Chance and I met back in graduate school. He was getting his PhD at Harvard, I was getting mine just across the Charles River at Boston University, and we were part of a tight-knit circle of grad students studying early Christianity and the religions of the ancient Mediterranean. He has been a longtime collaborator on Religion for Breakfast, he was the main researcher and writer for our episodes on the Antichrist and the Shepherd of Hermas, and he has taught Greek at Harvard Divinity School, so he's super experienced. The class will run for 8 weeks, starting on September 24th, live on Zoom, and you'll get lifetime access to the recordings. So no worries if you can't make the class live. You can watch the recordings after the fact and then get feedback from Dr. Bonar during virtual office hours. Registration costs $200, and by the end of the course, you'll be able to read Greek out loud, translate short passages from the New Testament, and you'll get hands-on education from a Harvard-trained scholar of early Christianity. To register, head on over to religiondepartment.com, and if you're watching this way after the class has started on September 24th, 2024, sign up for our newsletter to get notified of future classes. Again, that's religiondepartment.com. Hope to see you there. The sun. Every second, it fuses 600 million tons of hydrogen, bathing the Earth in the energy that makes life possible. And although around 5.4 billion years from now, the sun will exhaust the last of its hydrogen and lose much of its mass as it dwindles into a small white dwarf star, the sun, as it appears right now, looks to be, well, invincible. And thus the Roman sun god is well named, the invincible sun, the unconquerable sun, Sol Invictus, or Sol Invictus for those of you who prefer the classical pronunciation. Every year around Christmas, Sol Invictus is brought out as an example of how Christians tried to conform their new religion to the pagan landscape of the Roman Empire. As one version of the argument goes, Sol's birthday was celebrated on December 25th, thus Christian authorities mandated that Jesus' birthday would also be celebrated on December 25th, perhaps in an effort to co-opt an already popular pagan festival day for themselves, either to directly compete against the cult of Sol Invictus, or perhaps as a conversion or proselytizing strategy. Different motivations are put forth. But does this theory hold any water? I've addressed this topic before on the channel in passing, most notably in my Saturnalia video and my Why December 25th video. But I'm aiming for this video to stand as a more thoroughgoing analysis of the Sol Invictus theory. While we do have limited evidence that the Romans marked December 25th as the birthday of Sol Invictus, this evidence indicates it was not a major festival or a particularly long-standing festival when compared to other Roman holidays. In fact, as we'll examine later in this video, our evidence that Christians started recognizing December 25th as Christmas may predate the institution of Sol Invictus' birthday by a few decades. But it's even more complicated than that. The sun probably is the reason why anyone celebrated anything on December 25th, because that's the day that the Romans marked the winter solstice, the shortest day of the year in the northern hemisphere. In this video, I will argue that the more likely reason that December 25th became a contender for Jesus' birthday was the result of Christian chronographers attempting to calculate the key moments of Jesus' life using the ambiguous and even contradictory data available to them in the Gospels. When was he conceived? When was he born? When did he die? Based on evidence dating back to the 3rd century, many Christians, especially in the Western Roman Empire, embarked on a complicated calculation spree to try to nail down these dates. For Jesus' birthday, some eventually settled on the winter solstice, December 25th. And for his conception and death, they settled on March 25th, which happened to be the vernal equinox for the Romans. This was no accident. I'm using the word calculations here, but the word contrivances might be a better word to describe what these Christians were doing. These Christian chronographers were probably motivated to align their calculations with these two dates because of their poetic cosmic symbolism. But there is no direct evidence that they calculated these dates in an attempt to copy or co-opt a pagan festival. For the pagans, the shortest day of the year in the Roman Empire also made a lot of sense for a festival for the sun god, because the days get longer and longer after that day. So the December 25th date was not so much a battle to usurp the day from the pagans, but rather evidence that there were parallel traditions tying their own god to an already significant day, the winter solstice. Note that we will not be addressing specific Christian observances like Christmas trees and gift giving, but we'll be focusing simply on the question of possible influence from a sun god festival during the Roman Empire. But with all of that out of the way, let's get into the evidence by first laying some groundwork. Who was Sol Invictus in the first place? Let's start with his iconography so you're equipped to recognize the sun god in Roman art. How did Roman artists depict Sol Invictus? We learn his appearance largely from Roman mosaics, paintings, and small finds like figurines and Roman coins. He is almost always depicted as a young male figure, usually nude except for a cloak, and at least in the Roman era, he's always beardless. The leading scholar of the Roman sun god, Stephen Hymans, definitively says in his book, "A bearded figure cannot be Sol." And indeed, we see this on countless depictions, from figurines to paintings to coins. As for headgear, he either wears a spiky crown symbolizing sun rays, or has a nimbus of light rays around his head. Very apropos for a sun god. And taking a page from Greek mythology, he's frequently depicted as the driver of a 4-horse chariot called a quadriga. He's also sometimes portrayed holding a whip or a globe, other times depicted raising his right hand. As cosmic deities, the moon god frequently appears beside Sol as some sort of consort, which you can see here on screen with this late Roman amulet, which depicts the sun and moon gods side by side. And finally, Sol also sometimes appears with the god Mithras, as we'll discuss shortly. His name Sol simply is the Latin word for sun, while Invictus is an epithet, which is an adjective that expresses a quality or attribute of the sun, in this case, invincible or unconquerable. As we'll see later in this video, an earlier generation of historians tried to argue that Sol Invictus was a specific sun